this year's Kings World Cup.
And we have been treated so far, Bruno, some fantastic individual performances. Just think of Lofazo yesterday for the Boomers, Wellington Rodriguez as well, comes to Martins yesterday. So we've had already some players really grab the limelight and grab the game by the scruff of the neck as they look to lead their team and lead the way, and we'll see whether Domenico Rossi can be the one to take center stage, or, as we were saying, Brian Hernandez for Olimpo United, with both teams just waiting for that countdown. And here it is, the countdown is on. Are you all set? Are you all ready? Están listos? Siete pronti? Are you ready for this one? Are you ready for Kings League action? Yes, I am. As is Bruno, I'm sure you are all the way.
Are you ready?
That's what I was going for.
Are you ready for Kings?
That's what I was going for.
Yes, I am.
That's what I was going for. I wanted someone to understand where I was going, and I knew you would not let me down. Don't let me down. As the ball is dropped down, and it's G7 already on the ball with Domenico Rossi. Already the keeper. Here is Chironi. Early goal! 13 seconds. Andiamo. Let's go, let's go. GR7 lead. And they've also got the Stallions President Blur in the venue to support the Italian team, hoping that the Italian presence can make the difference. Now the keeper. Oh, maybe just caught in two minds there.
Blur, of course, one of the originals of Kings League Italy.
Yeah.
He went with Stallions to Mexico last year as the first participants of Italy in the competition. Unfortunately, he hasn't qualified at this season, but he's here, and Chironi scoring again. He's done it in both games.
He might get a second! Oh. He does get a second. 2 goals in the space of a minute. It is there. Fantastic keeper, the clinical Chironi. 2-0 to GR7. I think, did they go out to Porcinas, if I'm not mistaken? It was a short-lived experience, wasn't it, for
Stallions with Francesco Totti, who didn't live up to the Totti that we all know and love.
But still, I'm sure the odd glimpse, the odd over Pupone as he's...
missed a penalty as well, I remember.
Wow,
yeah.
a proper penalty.
A proper penalty,
wow,
yeah.
That's very unlike Francesco Totti. But, hey, it can happen to the very best. Think of the high-profile names.
I'm not going to let it tarnish my memory of Francesco Totti.
Oh, no, nor should it, of course, nor should it. That's still fantastic to show. Are we going to have a hat-trick here from a keeper? We are! It's a tripletta. It's a hat-trick. Chironi. This is the stuff that dreams are made of for GR7, GR7. And they're on the way to scoring 7 goal, that's for sure.
Well, the rest of the players better watch out, because he's now second in the top goal scorer charts. He's on 4, Gianmarco Chironi. Imagine if a goalkeeper ends up winning the Capocannonieri, the top goal scorer award.
Now there could be another one here. That's more like it from Sergio Alfaro. That's much more like it from the Olimpo United keeper, but wow, talk about a nightmare start for the Mexicans, and as I was saying, a dream start for GR7. Looking to follow in the footsteps of the Boomers. And here he is, when he get a 4th long-range strike, and maybe that was asking just a little bit too much of Gianmarco Chironi.
He was probably feeling, as they say in Spain now, they say la flecha hacia arriba, you know, the arrow pointing upwards, which was also when you play Pro Evolution Soccer, when your player, do you remember when he was in fine form, he had that arrow upwards, which meant he was probably going to put in a good display. Well, that's how the goalkeeper was feeling, Gianmarco Chironi, and that's why he took on the shot.
He's involved there, making the save, Bruno. Could be tested here. GR7 just floated in. Nice header, and that's a good save as well. A lot of power on it, the header from. It's the Lobo, which is, as you taught me, the wolf, isn't it?
The wolf,
The wolf, El Lupo, for Olimpo United. Looking to they don't roar, do they? Howl. Howl, that's it, yeah, looking to howl there. That's a good one. It's the beauty of having someone beside you. If it's a word, you can just throw.
Which always happens.
And you can pass to your teammate, and he's there in support with the assist. And that's why it's going well. So far, so good. The goal twins, the Calypso twins. SAS. You decide. So hopefully not the Chuckle brothers. Hopefully that's not what you're thinking.
It's a me to you.
It's a me to you who took. Now they're in a really good position here, Golazo. To be interesting to see how they approach things. Are they just happy just to keep things tight now, or maybe keep their foot firmly pressed on the accelerator? We've seen teams have different kinds of approaches. La Capitale were storming their way to victory and then took their foot off the gas, and they had to hang on at the end. But looks like Domenico Rossi could get a goal here. Were you ever in doubt? Are you not entertained? Domenico Rossi makes it 4, and maybe we're going to have another scoreline like we saw between Expire and Los Llamos.
Well, it's a two-man show for GR7. Just 2 players for them have scored in the entire competition. 4 goals, Chirone, 4 goals, Rossi, 8 goals scored by the team. And just the goalie and the midfielder, the 2 players that have scored the goals.
Well, we mentioned other teams sharing around the goals. It's kind of, I think it was the Expire team, it's about their goal democracy, sharing them all around, different goal scorers here.
And United as well, for example, a lot of players scoring.
Here we're seeing, as you said, concentrated. Just maybe a 2-party system then in this one, as opposed to different parties able to be elected, shall we say, to the parliament. Here we've got 2 parties at the minute. It's a 2-party state, let's put it that way. Maybe we'll see more joining in with the fun and games here against Olimpo United, who were beaten by the Italian side in their first game against Zeta, and they don't want to be beaten again by another side from Il Bel Paese, the beautiful country. And Mexico's also a beautiful place, and I know you've been on more than one occasion, haven't you, for work for Burin, and you were there, of course, as our chief guy for the inaugural Kings World Cup clubs, won by Porcinos, who did really well in their second game in the all-Spanish derby against Mostoles, and they're already through to the round of 16. They've never actually lost a game at the Kings World Cup clubs. A few drums. I've still got them ringing in my ear from yesterday, I have to say. A bit more about Gear 7. Obviously, they've got Manuxo as their president, but good friend with Blur, the Stallions' president, as that comes in, and it could be another just a full stretch there. Boomers actually managed to knock them out of the competition during the quarterfinals in Italy, and Blur's a close friend of Manuxo. And you can also see Mats there as well, so it's nice to see that solidarity between the Italian sides and the presidents, and that's a hospital pass, wasn't it? Really awkward for the keeper, but he manages to hold firm. If you're Olimpo United mentally, it's so difficult, isn't it, to be 4 down this early on as well. It's difficult to, of course, in Kings you always have that lifeline where we presidential penalty, a secret card, those final 2 minutes. Absolutely, I'm not saying that, but still, you don't want to be this far behind at this stage of the match.
And we always say that there are 2 minutes which sort of swing where the game is heading towards, and it is those initial 3-4 minutes where it's 3 against 3 or 2 against 2, 4 against 4, and then it's the last 2 minutes of the first half when you get the dice, and that is also a chance for things to shake up, for goals to be scored. Other than that, 90% of the game, it's very rarely do you see a difference between both teams that warrants a 4-goal difference on the field of play. So they're going to need to make the most of that dice in the last minutes of the first half, and then make sure the cards go their way. Look, there is Fran Hernandez, the player I was telling you about before earlier, who is unavailable to GR7 through injury.
Yeah, exactly.
Phenomenal footballer.
Yeah. Played in the Kings League Spain, as you were saying, because of Americas, and he's here to encourage GR7. Fran Hernandez, exactly as you were saying, and they clearly heard you. Bruno, he heard you as well, naturally singing his praises. David Mayer, Hugo Rama, 2 youngest, with Lauren in the Olimpo United booth. Players from Europe, de La Coruña, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Loren, who is an agent and has always been agent to Chicharito Hernandez, so that's why we've seen him in the booth. We used to see him in the Kings League Americas most weeks in the booth in representation of Chicharito, who of course was at the World Cup. But Loren has been very active and participated in the Kings League. And well, the good thing for Olympia United is that he steps down to take penalties, and he's somebody who has played football in the third tier of Spanish football. There you can see him in the middle, third tier of Spanish football. So he's played football at a very, very good standard.
Exactly, it's a professional level. And also with the fact that there's lots of sort of fallen giants, isn't there, Bruno, across Europe, but that find themselves maybe in the first, second tiers.
Oh, you just said Deportivo La Coruña. You said the two players here. David Milla is a brilliant player with the bleached white hair. They've also got a mercurial talent in Jeremiah, who will probably be leaving the club this summer. But Deportivo La Coruña, league winners in this century, Champions League side on many occasions, reached the semis of the Champions League one year when they were knocked out by Porto, that famous Mourinho Porto side. Now they're in the second division of Spanish football. They went down as far as a third tier, so it is a shame. But you were talking about the clubs in Italy who have gone down and in the opposite direction to where they should be or think they should be, and it's happened also in Spain. It happens everywhere.
It does, it doesn't. Can you remind me of some of those star players in those times for Deportivo La Coruña?
Of course, Baledón. He was incredible, one of the best Spanish football players I've ever seen. He had Mauro Silva, Diego Tristan.
Tristan, that was the one.
Tristan was a brilliant player. Capdevila went on to win the World Cup as the left back for Spain. Scaloni, who's the manager to Argentina. There was a lot of class. Xiaomina, the Brazilian. Bandiani, the centre forward. It was a great team.
No, Tristan was the one that I needed that little reminder.
Tristan was
of natural
class. Baledón was the best player in that team.
Yeah, as you said, they were very, very unlucky. And a couple of those kind of sort of sides in that period, like Bayer Leverkusen was had a really good run, didn't they?
Yeah.
Very, very nearly, obviously, very lost to Real Madrid in that final in 2002.
With Ballack,
But one of the most unlucky players, if you look at his career, amount of finals and semi-finals. He lost, but still fantastic career, and obviously one of the best players of his generation to come from Germany, but also, dare I say, also across Europe, to be fair, for everything that he could bring to the game at both ends of the pitch. Brilliant player, and well, nice little bit of nostalgia there, diving back
of course,
into the past.
For me, particularly that Deportivo side. Just growing up and watching them play, it was just a joy to watch.
I can see there's a little spark in your eye when I mentioned that side and that kit. Didn't they also knock out Milan one year?
No, they knocked out Milan with an incredible comeback. They lost the first leg 4-1 and they won the second leg 4-0. Luque scored as well. Luque was a Spanish international. Roy Mackay. That was a very, very, very good team. Yeah, that was a remarkable comeback from them.
Just shows it ain't over until it's over, and that also applies for the Kings League, guys. So if you have maybe just joined us or been with us from the start and you're thinking this is going to be one-way traffic, well, we actually saw yesterday Futbolistas Locos come from 4-1 down to win in a shootout. So it ain't over as this is fired across the face of the box, and it's danger not over here for the Italians as now the danger is over. But again, something to build on. A few little glimpses there from Olympia United, and they need those kind of moments to give them a little lift. We can see just in front of us there in your picture, that left corner, that's where the Italian casters are sitting, and they're enjoying this one. Yeah, they're pleased as punch, aren't they, with the situation. The shot goes in! Post. Oh, wow. Wow.
Didi Uribe.
Rescued there by the frame of the goal. So again, we're talking about things to build on, and they are building now. Olympia United, they're getting closer, and they need something right now, just like that, a little spark, isn't it? Some kind of to just hook on to.
Need a goal before the dice.
Yeah.
Ideally, to get closer and make sure that they can maybe they can get a couple then in the dice period, and then suddenly we're talking about 4-3 rather than a 4-0, and it gives them some hope for the second half. But a lot of these Olympia United players have not really appeared. We said on the opening day how there is a lot of quality with Lobo, with Furby, with Brian Hernandez, Osuna and Bueno. These are players who have been some of the very best in the Kings League Americas, and we thought maybe it's the long trip, the first game. But there is Furby, for example. But yeah, we're still waiting kind of to see them show what they showed in Mexico.
Yeah, they're playing on here. This is an opportunity. Oh, it's a brilliant finish from the Wolf, Morales, who howls and fights his way through the Italian side, and they have a goal back, and I'm loving the Wolf celebration. He can also be called the Gladiator because of the Wolf. Do you remember the Wolf Gladiator in the 90s?
He was scary, wasn't he, when you were a kid?
He was very scary, but he wasn't actually the best kind of gladiator. He was just fit. He just
I was scared of him.
He just struck fear into you, but he wasn't the sort of the best gladiator.
No, but he was.
In fact, who was afraid of the big bad wolf? The big bad wolf.
He didn't really play to the. It didn't play to the rules either, did he?
No, he was the bad guy. He was in wrestling they call him the heel. in wrestling, you've got the good guy, and the crowd favourite, and the heel, and he was the heel, wasn't he? And you've got to have that in entertainment, and that was a very good goal from the Wolf Morales, their number 19, as the Italians try and immediately restore their 4-goal cushion, and you can get the United Olimpo, I beg your pardon, sometimes I go for Olimpico, I'm thinking of the Italian camisetta, their jersey, which is available on kingsleague.pro. Of course, you can get the GR7 if you want the Italian one. Why not? You can get all the jerseys online. Don't forget Bazaar as well, and JD. They're all the various outlets for you, as this could be trouble for Olimpo United. Lovely pass, lovely shot, and an even better save.
A couple of very good saves from Sergio Alfaro in these last 2 attacks from GR7, and it's just the case of nobody knowing how to put the ball in the back of the net other than Gianmarco Chidone or Domenico Rossi, because that was a pretty clear chance for GLC, the player who we highlighted earlier.
Nicely worked. Oh, that could have gone everything. There's a appeal there for a handball from Leandro Cosenza, but referee.
It touched someone at least. I mean, it's not a goal kick, I don't think.
No, goal kick. No, it's definitely a corner. We'll wait to see. Naturally, the guys and girls behind the scene will be checking this. And should it be necessary, there will be an on-field check, but it looks like we're going to be playing on with the corner here as we go. Because the final 2 minutes before the final 2 minutes. We're in the closing stages of the first one. In comes the shot. It was again that man there, Leandro Cosenza, which is a city in Calabria, in the southern region of Italy. And we're many miles away from South Italy. We're in Paris here, the city of light. We're looking to find the light again. Look at the
City of Love as well.
City of Love.
The City of Love?
It's got to be. Surely.
Is that like an official tag?
It's got to be. It's got to be. Certainly the City of Goals in the past few days, that's for sure, with the Kings League. They've been fired in. We've been loving it. J'adore.
Le but.
Le but. Can they get another goal before we go to the roll? It's going to be DJ Mario with the roll of the dice of Voluto Mostoles, who actually, if you remember yesterday, after the Italians played, after it was Boomer Santori, actually gave Santori a big hug after the game.
And DJ Mario is another one of those who, I was talking earlier about Loren in the Olimpo United booth. DJ Mario, so committed to the project. It's wonderful to see because he's here every day on site, training, whether it's training penalties, giving a helping hand to the organisers, and just being available and being one of the faces of the competition, and always willing to participate in different things. So nice to see DJ Mario, and I really like his Ultimate Mostoles side as well.
Yeah, and DJ Mario will be rolling the JD dice, our official partner of Kings League World Cup Clubs. And that's a little reminder, assist to you, Bruno, to download the app, visit their website, or one of their many stores as well. Check out the new range, and all exclusive only at JD Products. Don't forget, you can also follow them on the Instagram channel as well, so you don't miss out on any exclusive Kings League content.
Already done it, mate. Already done it.
I know. But just a little nudge in case.
It's Fran that's throwing the dice.
Fran in the end.
That is Fran.
So we have a
2v2.
So that is basically obviously 2 outfield players, so obviously 1 outfield and a keeper to start with. We'll see if, rather than try and hear anything that's being maybe said by the respective coaches. Countdown is on. So thank you to Fran Hernandez. As that could be a very
Viniegra.
heart-in-mouth moment, wasn't it?
Well, it's what we said. It was good for them to score at 4-1. Then when we get to 2v2 with the dice, chances are there to peg back a couple of goals, and it means that at 4-1 now suddenly you get a couple, and you're setting up a very tight ending to the game. Although this man, this man has been scoring goals for fun at this competition.
Could he be yellow carded here? He will be yellow.
21.
Listen, that's the right call.
21.
It's the right decision. It's very petulant. It's very churlish. I understand in the dying seconds of a game,
21.
but he's now gonna be off the pitch for 2 minutes when we resume.
Exactly.
At the second half. So here he is, the Wolfman, Morales, setting up his teammate. He stays free. Fran Hernandez couldn't quite find him. Kidoni scoring a hat-trick, although it's not quite the fastest ever hat-trick in Kings League history. In the Kings League Spain with a record by Pablo Beguer.
He's got a few records, Pablo Beguer. Most appearances in the competition history.
Yeah, very, very good player. As we were also saying, Olympia United also facing an Italian side in their first game, losing to FC Zeta. Here he goes. Oh, again off the post. They've had so much woodwork woe, haven't they? They've been really, really unlucky. The Italians once again bailed out by the frame of the goal.
Bit of a hand as well from Kidone, I think. Yep, turns it onto the post. So fine save from him.
Yeah. Now the Wolfman. Ryan Hernandez. Morales. Hernandez is free. Morales goes it alone, and it was the right call. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? Well, GR7 right now. He's got 2 goals. He's on a hat-trick too.
Got some life injected into this game for Olimpo United. It's Mr. Wolf himself.
So it's final 30 seconds. Bruno Domenico just going out wide. He stays there in support. Can they get it to Rossi? Yes, they can. And that's a good save, I think. They're just sticking out the glove there. The Olimpo United keeper, Sergio Alfaro.
It wasn't a clean finish from Rossi, was it? That allowed Alfaro to get across. So you would have thought that Rossi, with his goal-scoring form, would have buried that shot.
Yes. Okay.
Could be involved again. Here he is. This time, second bite of the cherry.
Gonna have to shoot.
Here he is. De La Cruz, and the whistle goes, so it won't count the goal from Adrian De La Cruz at the break. The Italians are in the driving seat, but Olympia United coming back into it. It's 4-2. It's anyone's for the taking. and they could find themselves level, or who knows, maybe even ahead as they look to take GR7 to task here.
It was a Paul Font decision as usual. We all know how involved he is in decision-making for Olimpo United. Just goes to show how things can change so very quickly with the ending to that first half that Olimpo United have had in a game which seemed like it was only heading in one direction.
Nice bit of one direction for our younger
That's
fans.
younger, yeah,
for
that's
our
not
younger.
quite our...
No, but for the younger, we've got to get them involved because there have been a little bit of criticism saying 1990s, early 2000s, as that's quite simple in Vokino. So I'm going to try and get a few more stuff from the teenies and the 20s and onwards. So a bit of one direction there. Remember one song, I think. I think it was a remake.
And we danced all night to the best song ever. That's them, isn't it?
I'm not sure, but
I hope it is.
But it was. I love the dulcet tones. They did a remake of a very famous song. I'm pretty sure about that. But anyway, that's kept in play, is it? Ooh. He did his very best, didn't he? On that far side. It was Didi Uribe, one of their 3 wild cards that have been Viniegra. And the Wolf is turning out to be quite the wild card, the star card, more than wild card. Now, plenty of space here. Plenty of space. Brian Hernandez. And then just beat away here, just in front of us. You can see in this corner we see the word casters. That's where we are, alongside our German colleagues. And, Justin just tucking away on a little snack from the looks of things, and a little swig of his coffee. But let's focus back to the action here.
More laid back day for them today.
Yeah,
with very high octane for the Germans yesterday with that historic win, but today well, he'll be leaning back in that chair.
He's got a very comfy chair, and you know what they say about the Germans getting first to the sunbeds.
Well, it was very much a case of that here, wasn't it?
Here is Adriane straight at the keeper, absolutely straight in there early, sort of making sure he's got the prime position, and of course, but full marks. He was the one who got here first and ahead of schedule, and that's why they have the best sunbeds, because they get there up earlier. What are you complaining about? So it's we've got to take a leaf out of Joachim's book. So not yet been able to, rather, still got a minute, to be fair, to capitalise Olimpo United with a goals worth double. It's not quite working out that move, and GR7 have now got everybody back on the pitch. It's 7v7 again. The Simbin called Domenico Rossi. It's over after that yellow card, Bruno. Of course, should he get another yellow, it would be sent off, so it's got to be naturally attentive to disciplinary matters.
And naturally, they didn't score without Rossi. We're still waiting to hear from anybody else in that front for GR7. It would be pretty striking if they were to be knocked out of this tournament with just 2 players scoring.
Yeah.
One of them being the goalkeeper.
Yeah, with 4, as you're saying.
4 each.
Yes, yeah, so across the competition from the first 2 games, and if he scores, I think you said it at the very top, it would be pretty remarkable that we'd have a keeper up there as a
top. Yeah, well, he's second now.
The golden
joint
boot,
second.
the golden gloves, and the golden boot. Maybe that'd be an intro. But that is, of course, the beauty of the Kings League, that anyone can be a goleador, the top marksman. Mentioned that Deportivo La Coruña. So how about that Valencia side as well, the late 90s, early 2000s? It's Hector Cooper, wasn't it, if I'm not mistaken?
Cooper, and then
Benitez a little bit later.
Yeah.
But
Benitez won the league.
yeah, and the UEFA Cup, I think.
UEFA Cup as well, against Marseille.
Nice. We are in France. Big shout out to all our French colleagues and the supporters of Olympique Marseille, Douai, and of course to our naturally PSG fans as well, who are naturally feeling very happy right now and very smug after winning the Champions League and becoming just the 2nd French side to lift the big prize, the cup with the big ears, Copa de la Grande Orecchie. I think I have that expression in Spain as well.
It's La Orejona, so it's the same.
Similar,
the big ears.
Talking about Dumbo, the character. Talking about the Champions League. Up on his feet, Folla. of the crowd. So you hit Gabriele Folla, Gabriel crowd. Just again, we like to translate them into English now and again. Even mine is Thomas Lawrence, quite dull. So, but in Italian, Tommaso De Lorenzo is another.
Brilliant.
Yeah, there you go. It's just that sound, isn't it? Thomas Laurent. Maybe that'd be nice as well. In Spanish, well, it's very similar to
no, Tomás Lorenzo.
Yeah, exactly. So we're very similar to the Italian, to be fair. I mean, German, Thomas Lorenz. Not the same, not the same, not the same. But again, German very similar to English, isn't it? The sort of those kind of.
That's what you guys always.
Nordic, shall we say, countries.
That's where you're always clashing. It's so similar.
It's true. It's true. It's true. We've got so much in common. So they've got 4 World Cups, and we've only got 1. So. Liverpool United have seen lots of the ball since the restart. They still got that presidential penalty. So GS haven't yet to call or use any of their cards. The cards close to their chest. Just losing out there, Brian Hedman. It's not quite happening for him, is it? For all the hype in the build-up to this competition. And again, a reminder, get on Kings League. Top Pro, be the king, be le roi, be re. Get all the gear, hats, jerseys, t-shirts, get the lot. I'm sure maybe, I don't know, keychain? People still buy keychains. People that go on holiday and bring back a little keychain for your keys. I was
school as well.
I was appreciating
little lockers with your keys.
Brian Hernandez. Lockers, yeah, school lockers, that's true. Maybe
we used to have lockers with a little key.
Yeah.
You used to go around with your little
keychain thing,
Keychain thingy that was like, some of them have those really like long ones.
Yeah, the fashion, wasn't it? So I was thinking of those lockers, it makes it, American high schools, doesn't it? You know, all the various films and sitcoms, and they're leaning there. You know, wipe with the geometry? Yeah, absolutely. Wipe with the geometry. Good sliding challenge there from Leandro Cosenza. No, good game. Certainly putting in a real shift. Good work rate from him. Nice throw as it's headed away, and away from us as well. Attacking our end of the ground, which is in the corner there. No penalty. It's the second penalty appeal waved away for GR7. Now coming forward again, looking menacing. Oh, wow.
You see what he was preparing there, Leandro Cosenza. That would have been some finish.
Look at this. It was, wow, it was going for the acrobatic brilliance, wasn't it? Still maybe a chance here for Rossi, shielding it nicely. Now the winner of this match will face the winner of Gigantes against Furia in the last chance. The teams that have each one split in the Kings League.
That's a tough losers game.
It is.
Gigantes against Furia.
Well, Victor Vidal, if you remember, Gigantes against SXB.
Oh, right, no, the loser of that game.
Yeah, the loser, yeah.
That's right, yeah. I was thinking that's a bit of a tough game.
The loser of. But
the loser of that game,
But it could be, say, Gigantes with Victor Vidal, one of the moments of the tournament. Obviously, yesterday, I'd say also the golden goal in the penalty. One of the moments of the tournament for Panama. Also, there has been a few already. Looking to come steaming forwards.
Furia have had a couple of days off, haven't they? They played on the opening day.
Yeah. Lepau, Leletti.
Yeah, it feels like a very long time ago that we saw those two playing out here. It's Furby.
Oof. Still there. Morales. Oh, he's been there. Go-to guy. Morales and Furby involved in the build-up with that initial strike. He's got the sort of warrior face paint on, hasn't he?
He always does, yeah.
Is that
always does it.
Like it. You see, like in NFL, don't you? They put that sort of.
Yeah, I've never known what the reasoning behind it. There must be something more, just aesthetics, or
it's got to.
There's got to be something behind it.
It has to be, and. Some have sort of some kind of verse from the Bible as well. You know, there's 3:16, and so I think it's like a personal thing, isn't it, to rally you, or maybe a verse from the Quran, or or whatever.
316 was Steve
religious-
Austin as well,
It
wasn't
was, whatever. It was, yeah. Yeah, that's the bottom line.
I know you're a bit of a wrestling fan from what you said earlier.
Yes, a big fan of the Attitude Era. I must say that's where I sort of got hooked. I was never re-available. Because initially WCW was a lot bigger, but I was still a little bit young for that, so I came into the Attitude Era with likes of Stone Cold, Triple H, DX, and then later The Rock would come in. But yeah, that's the bottom line. Stone Cold says so. So yeah, that's right, 316. So nice throwback there.
All Ferbs, bit of pace. Clear shove.
Yeah, and he's got the foul.
It's Adri de la Cruz.
Remember when the Arsenal players, they put all that sort of on their sort of jerseys?
Yeah, the vapor rub.
Vapor rub, that was it,
Patrick Vieira would do it, yeah.
To sort of just give that little edge, wasn't it, in terms of make sure that they could, in terms of their breathing.
Yeah, all these things go in and out of fashion. It's like the nose straps were really in the 90s, like Robbie Fowler, completely disappeared, and now they're coming back again.
Come here. Daniel, tell them, okay, to calm down, okay?
So opportunity then from a set-piece situation.
Van Ranking, it's some name that is. Jose Carlos Van Ranking.
This is the last time I will warn you.
Okay?
Yeah, Van Wilder.
Hear me.
Van
Last time I warn you.
Wilder.
If anyone asks for your card, it's a very card for you. Okay?
Amonéstalo, por favor. Haz tu trabajo.
Alejandro Castro telling the referee he needs to show a yellow card. Oh, that was well worked. There was two of them as well at the back post. They completely stunned the GR7 defence.
Just catching GR7 just by surprise, weren't they? Just floating it in.
Oh, it was so close.
Look at that. Here they come on the break. Liverpool United, they've got options. That left side, unless he goes it alone here, so unselfish. This will be a wonderful team goal. But the arm goes up. It was almost the perfect goal. Had it not been for the offside position and the arm going up.
Yeah, I think Lobo took a little bit too long in making his mind up. Furby straight offside. When he played it to him, it was too late. Real chance goes begging there for Olimpo United.
Just a little bit quicker, and we know obviously Italians very good in their defensive work, playing the offside trap. Traditionally, it's the cornerstone, isn't it, of Italian football? That Italian school, that Italian philosophy.
Like Inter in the final.
Yeah, see how well that worked. In comes the shot, and it's well wide in the end. So not as much action in the second half compared to the first so far, but we've still got the presidential penalties and GR7 there, secret card. Olympian have already played. There's goals worth double. They were unable to get that double goal as just got sliced out there from behind the goal. And well, we just mentioned it, and now it's GR7 playing their Fortnite secret card. Maybe goals, well, it can't be a star player, obviously.
Yeah, sometimes when it's close to 4 minutes, you think it could be a 4-minute card, like a ×2 goal.
Suspension, maybe.
Suspension as well, yeah.
True. We'll find out very, very soon. Unless it might be something like a penalty. They just want to, seeing as they haven't really kicked on in the second half, get another goal. That's fine. Over the bar. Anyway, enough speculation. Let's find out now.
We do love to speculate, don't we? This is an impossible game to guess. I mean, you can sort of water it down to a couple of options.
There you go,
×2 goal.
That's what we did speculate about, but of course we the only ones that would have known, of course, are the coaching staff for Olimpo United and GR7 in terms of knowing exactly what the cards are. So there you have it. And it's not really the best maybe card they could have wished for, seeing the way things have gone in this second period. It's a shame they couldn't play it in the first one, which of course they can't do because the rules state you can only play it in the second one. But when they were in that free-flowing mood, that would have been the time to have that card available. But they might kick on here as they go towards the byline. Challenge there. United very much still in this. Just trailing by 2. GR7 want to keep them at arm's length. Is there a little injury there? We see that right thigh heavily bandaged up for the GR7 player there. They're pressed with the sort of the pirate skull, although the Pirates really are united, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got the...
Joe Le Pirate, Joe the Pirate.
They've got the mascot, haven't they?
Yeah, Skida, their player is injured, is being the mascot as the shot comes in, and it's saved in the end. The danger not over. Oh, it takes a big deflection on the volley! And again!
That volley, that could have been the double goal for Folla.
Finish like that, it deserved to be worth double. Look at that, and Kiwi doing well to get down low and just parry it away. Belcito.
Now at the moment, it looks like GR7 are starting to finally push forward. I think they've been spurred on by the fact that they have played the card.
Yeah, it has given them a bit of zip again to their play. It sparked them back into life as we then head into those sort of final 2 minutes when, as things stand, goals will be worth double unless United can score twice here. And set up a golden goal yesterday for those who weren't with us for our first golden goal of the tournament. Martins, the French side, the Panama All-Stars, actually packed a late penalty as well by Martins to take the game to a golden goal situation, and shootout was looming. Panama All-Stars wanted to get the job done against Fluxo. We'll see whether they'll be at the final. The Défense are in on the 14th of June. Also an exhibition game and a performance from Gims, a Congolese French artist, and we like him. What we've been hearing so far from his music. So to see it live, hear it live, is going to be a real treat. Drop of the shoulder towards the byline, across the face of the goal. Well said of Olympic United for a corner here.
Are they going to play presidential penalties?
Well, that's a good point, actually.
1 minute left.
Yeah, you're right.
And neither side haven't played it.
Of course, they don't have to take it, don't have to play your presidential penalty, but
if one does play it, then the other one has to play it.
Spiralling up in the air. So the referee is going to be called back here as the VR spotted something. Let's try and listen in.
Well, as I said earlier.
Yes, take your time, yeah.
With Loren
There's a possible penalty, check.
in the booth for Olimpo United. I'm surprised that they don't want to play a presidential penalty, or maybe it's not been there to Sichin.
Don't come.
They are checking. The tug of the shirt on Van Ranking. That's not enough, is it? Oh, actually, look, down there.
Let's have a look again.
He gets caught.
Take your time.
Chelsea who comes across.
That's the one, isn't it?
And he trips him up.
Yeah, I don't think it's Chicheri, is it?
No, it's Chelsea.
Chelsea who's the potentially guilty party.
And that's the Royal Borough of Chelsea who looks like he's given away the penalty.
Yes.
I think they're going to give it.
No penalty.
Oh, no.
Oh. There you go.
Wow. Disbelief in the Olimpo United corner.
Well, you've got a good view of them just to your left, haven't you, Bruno?
Yeah.
They do not look happy bunnies.
I'm surprised that's not been deemed a penalty.
Now, chance on the break. This would be a real blow to Olimpo United. Italians would say a real beffa. One back. Got a corner and go. That's good work, easing the pressure. GR7 and on their defence, springing forward. Goals no longer worth double for GR7 into those final seconds. Just play it safe. That's the right option really for GR7, who are leading. So we're into the final 2 minutes. Goals will be worth double. Olimpo, I beg your pardon. United need to score twice to win it. They need to score once to take the game to a shootout.
Dos o 3 minutos, cabrón. Es lo que tenemos. Es lo que tenemos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 y 7.
Well, the countdown is on. These final 2 minutes. Can GRSette bring home this win and join Boomers in the last chance saloon? Or will Olimpo United come back here? In comes the shot. Oh, that wasn't far wide, you know, and Robon Pato amongst the candidates for MVP.
The wolf and the duck.
Nice. Is it Pato?
Pato's duck, yeah.
Wow.
It tends to be, it's a nickname for people who are called Patricio.
Yeah.
More so in Latin America, you're Patricio a lot of the time.
Yeah.
The nickname or the shortened version is Pato,
Very
which is
nice,
duck.
yeah. I like Alexandre Pato of Milan.
Yep.
Rossi, unsurprisingly, Chironi, unsurprisingly, for the Italian side. So get voting via Twitch, via YouTube. My vote is for Chironi. There is Chironi as we speak, just playing up to their cameras and also taking his time here, just looking to run down the clock just slightly, a few precious seconds ticking by. One back nicely. De La Cruz, still De La Cruz. It's there, it's got to be. Oh, that's got to be a penalty.
Oh, he's told him to get up.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, my gut instinct was penalty, gut instinct, but we'll have another look shortly, and the referee was much better placed than you and I.
Oh, how long did it take?
1 second too long. It only takes a minute. Now, Domenico Rossi. De La Cruz. Just for that little slide pass from him. 40 minutes almost up, about to find out how much added time here. Rossi, wearing that 21 of, made famous by Pirlo, I would say. In the Italian game, and you were the number 21. If I'm not mistaken, maybe Zizou were at Juventus, yeah, Juventus. So.
Pablo Aimar, David Silva.
Oh yeah, it's a very popular number. Towards the byline, just chipped in there. We've got that last touch. This is a big moment. Looks like Italy have got the goal kick. GR7, have they got the goal kick? They're appealing for it, but it may have come off Chironi last.
I think they've given it to him, though.
Yeah. And Chironi, head and shoulders above the rest.
Oh, he's won this game. That's Chironi.
Yeah. 3
It's
goals.
those early minutes. Sometimes you think, oh, there's still a whole game to go. There's time to turn it around, but sometimes that's where you win the match.
Yeah. And some standout saves as well, and he'll be on course to chat shortly to one of our hosts for the MVP Bazaar interview. Brought down here.
Well, that control let him down.
Yeah, not quite good enough there from Mario Osuna, not Mario Osasuna. And I'm not sure if is it Giulia or Leticia or Dalila. We'll be chatting away. You'll find out shortly, of course. One of our brilliant hosts been trying to get the latest post-match, little scoops as well, little nuggets of information. Pitch side, exclusive interviews right after the game when emotions are running high. Here comes the shot, it's blocked and swept away. That will surely be it, and very nearly went all the way in. Yeah, it's going to be the lovely Letitia up first, and then the delightful Dalila later. Final seconds there into dying embers. Got to score, just get the shot away, get the shot away! And that is that. That is that for Olympia United. They are going home.
Oh, the referee's going to let them take no, he's not.
And GR7 go through to the last chance saloon. They follow in the footsteps of their fellow countrymen, the Boomers, and win their second fixture. Olympia United are going home, so no more from them. Have to wait until next year, the next competition. Lobo, the Wolf, doing his very best to fight back. But it's GR7 and their MVP, their man of the match, their keeper, with a hat-trick.
And all goals scored in the first 5 minutes.
Impressive, very, very impressive. And, of course, some standout saves as well as one that was tipped onto the post, wasn't there, Bruno? So showing, obviously, first and foremost, he's a keeper. His primary job is keeping the goals out. But, of course, always there when it matters most at the other end of the pitch to leave his mark. And we're going to hear shortly from Gianmarco Chironi. We'll be chatting away with Letitia pitchside here. He is the recipient of the MVP prize, the most valuable player. And as we were saying, they go through then to the last chance. GR7 will find out soon who they'll be facing. They don't know their opponents as yet, although we do have a couple of pairings already for that last chance. And as
a standard penalty, then he saved a handful of the shootout penalties, and he helped, inspired Golazo to win that first game against GR7, the other team that we've just seen. So both of them head into this clash with 1 win apiece. We're going to have an Italian or a French side in the last 16, which is also, as we said, very positive for the competition.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant because for the neutral, both sides think, okay, we've got a potentially another host nation, another host team marching on, which is great for the competition. You want to see the home side, the one with home advantage, going as far as possible. Also very interesting in and around Paris as well, and the rest of France for the competition. And FCZ, an Italian side, we want to see, and it's good to see sides from those emerging Kings League nations such as Italy, Germany, France, going as far as possible and starting to challenge the Spanish sides, the sides from the Americas, and then of course from Brazil, who, let's not forget, are the world champions at national team level, or Porcinos at club level, according to those at home and following. KWC are going to win it, and it was, as you said, an unexpected hero, Yassine, coming on and quickly having just to throw himself into the fray, and Bilal, who was given that yellow card, that suspension, but it just shows that those sliding doors moments, many perhaps thought that this would have given the advantage to him. FCZ, I beg your pardon, to the Italian side, it wasn't, it didn't give the advantage at all to the Italian side. It was KWC who went on to win, and now they win again. They're going through, and we just saw, I think it was, again, if I'm not mistaken, the one booth, and now we're going to the other booth. That's right, for the presidential booths.
Oh, yeah, it's Luca Toni, one of the official presidents, ZW Jackson, Antonio Pellegrino, the other president for FCZ. As for KWC, it's Kameto and Hansa. KWC, which means crow in Japanese. And that's why they've got that black crow on there. There's actually a team in the Americas, which is also the Crows, which is Club de Cuervos. They haven't qualified for this season, so a very popular animal in the Kings League.
As to the pirate, which I know is not an animal, but in terms of the crest, yeah, we've seen lots of pirates and crows, and there seem to be, as you said, they're the most popular when it comes to logos.
So it's going to be Zeta in the red and black striped shirt, KWC with the orange shirt, white shorts, green socks, which is a very original combo. So both players sprinting to the middle, ball bouncing. Perotti, that MVP from the first game against Feitosa, who scored a couple in the opening fixture for KWC. And it is not Ben Cherki, but Bouchelouche starting the game. As he's had that early chance. Oh, he's kept it in play. He can go straight to goal here if he wants. Bouchelouche, he's gone from Feitosa in the end, and he made the right call because Guilherme Feitosa scores in under 30 seconds, the first goal in this game.
Yeah, I remember a very good game for KWC last time out. Starting as he means to go on, but they have to get back right away here.
Warnock struggling to get past Feitosa. Player who, as we said, played, mentioned it last time, his last 4 seasons for the University of Pittsburgh, as Bouchelouche strikes that one wide. It was an empty goal.
I'm just going to say Bilal.
Yeah, let's leave it at Bilal. Perotti. Out wide, it's back to Perotti. Onto his right foot, and that is why Feitosa was showing him the right foot. So you can see just how left-footed Perotti is.
This is the presidential booth. We caught glimpses, and we are seeing now we've got ZW Jackson and Maria Cristina Fabrizi for FCZ.
So Bilal with the shot. He's had a couple in this game.
In the KWC booth, Kameto is on the left, and Amin, who's actually president of FQAD, on the right of your picture a few moments ago.
We've seen that quite a bit, haven't we? The presidents of French sides being very close-knit, the presidents of Italian sides being very close-knit, the German teams, they've all been supporting each other, watching their games.
Yeah, we had Dexter Holland, didn't we?
Yes.
Sitting here pitch side watching Futbolistas Locos, the German keeper supporting his colleagues, wasn't it? Lino Castor's his real name.
In case anybody wants to search him. Now that shot is saved by Alessio Buono, so it will be a corner kick.
Buono from Buono.
Take this throw in again. Feidosa, the only goal scorer in the game so far. Bit of running back to do there.
Yeah.
For Johan Molo. Of course, the cousin of Gignac. Will be using that stat quite a few times, I feel, this week.
Oh, but you've got to remember those maybe tuning in for the first ever time. You may not have heard us the first time. You mentioned it, Bruno, so it's right to go.
Recycle.
It's a go-to stat. It's a go-to stat. One never tires of hearing it.
Of being Gignac's cousin. Well, he's also got a pretty good career himself, actually. Monaco, Saint-Etienne, Zenit St. Petersburg, and Panathinaikos. The number 4 in the orange shirt, that is Johan Molo.
Cousin of
Gignac.
There you go.
Don't know where Gignac is playing now. I know he was in Mexico towards the latter end of his career.
And that is
Samir Nasri, who's with F. Duart.
Yeah, what a career he had. What a career. As the German casters have just been brought a couple of coffees. Our colleague Julian struggling a little bit. He's sitting down, needs a little bit of a perk up.
Piece of bread as well.
Yeah.
With nothing else, just straight up bread as a meal.
Bread and coffee. Well, it's, never had that as a combo.
No.
Maybe a brioche or a croissant, but anyway.
It's a very kind of a post-war or during the war meal, isn't it?
Yeah, just a hunk of bread. And anything one can get one's hand on. But hey, whatever works, and each to their own. And I wouldn't mind actually a bit of bread and a coffee. So who's having the last laugh?
Who's laughing? This is pure jealousy.
Yeah,
really.
exactly. It's just an envious tone from us here.
So Mehdi Gassam was looking to bring down the ball. To Kiriko. I don't know if it's Kiriko or Kiroko. The official team list says Kiriko, but I think on the shirt it says Kiroko. Don't know if any of those sound more natural to you for an Italian.
Just try and fire off a quick message to
Cosimo, Kiriko,
to one of the Italian casters, and just see what they say about it.
So now Golazo looking for a second. It's well blocked. I think he was offside still. That was a remarkable save by Alessio Buono. It was offside,
yeah,
but
confirmation.
take nothing away from that effort.
Brilliant hit. Brilliant hit. And FC Zeta have been rescued there as well. Keeper playing his part, but above all by the fact that it was offside. Just confirmation. Kiroko, I've been told. Cosimo Kiroko.
Kiroko.
Yeah.
It's nice
Kiriko, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Kiriko, okay.
Kiriko, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Oh, there we go.
Again, I'm trying to...
As it was,
I'm trying to listen to it with the headset and with the noise here. And so, yeah, listen again, hang on.
Kiriko. Yeah. Or do you not do the accents in Italian?
Kiriko.
Okay.
So it's not the Kiriko, it's Kiriko.
Oh,
there you go.
okay.
So I apologise. It's my very poor hearing, poor sight, poor hearing. All I need is a walking stick. And
very good of you to go straight to the source.
Yeah, it's good journalism. That's good journalism.
So what's the angle on this one now? Here comes Molo. Molo's shot is
found the angle.
Deflected. He did indeed. It will be a corner kick.
Finds the angle. Opens up the angle there. And, found an FC Zeta jersey. You can see just a screen there. The presidential booth for FC Zeta. FC Zeta colours behind the goal. Well worked that. That could be a penalty.
Look at that. There was the pleading of innocence from the Italian defender as Buono follows up with a save.
Will be checked. It's being checked as we speak, as we play on.
Meanwhile, it's the counter-attack. At the near post, he'd made such an intelligent run, Tommaso Bernardi. But he couldn't finish off the move. I'm not sure if they're going to stop. No, the referee, I think, is saying that's okay.
Yeah, the referee, with his gesture, you could have caught a glimpse there. Another nice jersey there. Madrid jersey in the stands.
Bilal. Kiriko. Yeah, there's a bit more confidence in that Kiriko from me. now that I know it's 100% officially his name. Cosimo. That's a good name, Cosimo.
Very nice name. Very, very nice name.
Kiriko. No way through. Drops to Perotti. Perotti's cross is also blocked, this time by Mohamed Berraba. So corner kick taken quickly. Some players had their backs to the ball, a la Trent Alexander-Arnold against Barcelona.
Very nice.
That'll be painful for some of the Barca fans listening to this in the...
Oh, but we've got painful memories for all the clubs, haven't we? For all the fans, so it's not as we pick on one club, far from it.
Just
we've got unhappy memories and good memories for all the clubs.
Just know that some of them that are in that sound booth listening to this stream are Barca fans. So
it's true. A lot of our colleagues, and especially hail from Spain and Catalonia, of course.
Oh, onto the crossbar. Drops here. It's a good challenge by Bernardi. So Golazo coming close to scoring a second. Pass down the other end. Bilal pulls off the save.
Just going back, Bruno, to Cosimo Kiriko. It was actually a wild card that secured a victory in the semi-finals against the Bunas with a double goal in stoppage time at the 40th minute, just right before the final whistle. So he comes into this competition, you know, having a real confidence booster and grabbing the limelight again. Thank you to our Italian colleagues who are able to just give some extra information at all times.
Molo to the edge of the box. It's not clean contact from Alex Fakir.
What about that FC Zeta jersey? I'm a big fan. It reminds me a little bit of the Milan kit, or Foggia for those real Italian aficionados. And if you want to take home a piece of the Kings League, whether it be a signed jersey, a ball, much more is all available on Bazaar. So make sure you download the app and follow your favorite content creators live after the matches. They'll show you unique Kings League items you get directly through the app. As I always say, an opportunity you do not want to miss.
Indeed. There's plenty to get your hands on from the Kings League in one way or another.
Yeah.
Plenty of apps to download.
Give me that Fortnite sponsorship as well. It's very nice. It's really nice and fresh.
Yeah, clean shirts, aren't they?
Yeah.
I actually had one of them, the F2R one, in my hands yesterday, and it looked very, very nice up close and personal. It was very similar, Fortnite blue, but no, not too many strange things, strange patterns as you see nowadays. I've seen a couple leaking. You know, now you start to see the kits for next season dropping and leaking.
Footy leaks.
And I saw one the other day. I won't say which club. Actually, I will. Manchester City. Oh, didn't like it. Didn't like it at all. Most shirts that come out nowadays, I must say, let's take it back a bit, guys, and let's go back to simpler patterns.
Yeah,
I'm not happy with the designs.
They're trying to combine, I think, sort of fashion with the kits, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but
they're moving away from sort of the traditional football shirt, and they want it to be something that you can...
There was some good stuff back in the day, which probably more fashionable and easier to wear on the street than some of these weirdy, blotchy, strange patterns. But
yeah, what do you know?
What do I know?
What do you know? You're not a fashionista, and you're not a fashion designer. You're just an old romantic, there are 1990s nostalgia coming through. But I have to say, I am with you. I think we should go back to just the basic. Put the football shirt first.
Oh, and they're trying to put the football first here. Molo, if that sentence makes any sense. And it will be a throw-in for Zeta.
Talking of Zeta, I'm surprised they haven't scored yet, because the team actually scored the most goals during the Italian split, 66 in 11 games, which is, quick maths, about 6 per game. Yeah, 6 per game on average.
Similar to United then.
Yeah.
Well, they scored 5 in their opening fixture, so not far off. They're close to scoring second there.
Don't like that number
Axel
0.
Gulin.
As in the number, not the person.
The number 0.
I don't know
flying
him, and from what I've seen, he seems a very nice guy, but I mean, the number, I'm not a fan of the number 0. Let me just clarify that. I don't want anyone knocking on my hotel door later and being unhappy with me.
Zeta, is Zeta Z in Italian? Same as in Spanish,
Zeta, yeah.
Okay, Zeta. Oh, I suppose there is a Z on the badge. Didn't need to be, as I said the other day, don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to it.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. Well, it's elementary, I tell you what. So it's the second of 4 fixtures, Bruno. All our eyes are, well, actually...
You've got another derby of those that you like coming up.
Los Troncos against Expo. That I'm really excited. But I'm also really excited. Today, Brazilian side against the host, one of the hosts, F2F. So we're in crescendo, isn't it? It's getting bigger and better every single day, every single match. Really looking forward to it. And I said Spanish derby again. We had the Ultimos Stoles against Porcinos. And then Dendele for the Toro Loco, the Crazy Bull against F2R.
Here's Montaña. Mountain is blocked by Alex Fakir.
Mountain of a man.
Good block from Fakir. Again, some good defending from Golazo. Is that a corner?
That's right.
Look more like a goal kick again.
That's right, in front of the Italian casters who you can tell naturally. Obviously, they're supporting.
Sarino's standing up now.
FC's normally exactly.
He's normally sitting down.
He's another one who's got a lovely chair.
You can just see the top of it.
And when Italian teams plays, he's very animated. He's off his seat. You can see he was appealing for a corner, but it wasn't. It was a goal kick.
He's let that one run away from him. Fouad Kadir. Just ushered out of play by those two Zeta players.
Again, whereas Jürgen to our right, also sitting down and having a little swig of his coffee.
Little wiggly wig under the Jimmy Hill as Magdalena's shot is blocked. Now Quirico, another block.
Oof. This game needs a presidential penalty, and I know they're unlikely to play it now because it is very tight and it's only 1-0, but it needs a presidential penalty just to shake things up. But again, no, it's not good, but you know, one can always hope.
Manzoni back to Buono.
It's very tight, very cagey, very even.
Wonderful bunch of euphemisms being used there to describe the game, which has been
delicately poised,
lacking in excitement, really. Let's not beat around the bush, but that's why then the dice comes out to play for these kinds of fixtures.
Yeah. We've seen a bit of everything really so far in that first game. We had all those very early goals, and then you have games like this where, as you say, it's the roll of the dice to shake things up. And the secret cards, presidential penalties, which, again, that's the reasoning behind it, wasn't it? We go back to this when Joe Piqué, the creator behind it, obviously, with obviously various collaborators and colleagues, of course, but just saying, well, games sometimes can be 0-0, 1-0. Young people understanding switching off, preferring other things, other sports, other activities. So let's do something that we can have people involved, regardless of their age, regardless of whether it may be initially maybe a dull game, things to make it more interesting, to keep them hooked right until the very end, so they don't switch off, they don't sit there and find themselves maybe potentially for 90, 95 minutes seeing no goals, which you and I love a nice 0-0 draw when it's hard fought and it's your team as when you come away with a point and it gives you closer to your objective in the league table. But I understand youngsters, they want action, they want to see entertainment, and that was very nearly a bit of entertainment. So I can understand that, and things move on, things change, and with the Kingsley you always have those moments where it is exciting, and this could be exciting as well. I spoke a little bit too soon as we go into that final minute. We have the roll of the dice at the 18th minute. And we'll see what we have. We haven't had a JD today, have we?
No, I think we've used them all up.
Yeah. So we'll see what's in store. It's going to be Pexita de los Troncos, Presidente.
Oh, that one's just overplayed. Should have been Aisha Buono's ball. They'll try and come out, 30 seconds. Time maybe for a shot. And ran into traffic. They have to take this throw in quickly if they do want to finish off with an attempt.
Running into that Parisian traffic, which we've encountered on a couple of occasions, haven't we?
Regardless of the time.
Regardless of the time, yeah, it is a big city, we're a capital city. What does one expect? Which is why it's good to also get around from time to time, as we do on the metro, and make sure you don't miss your metro stop, because it does go so quick sometimes, isn't it? Quick, it's quick on and off, isn't it? There he is, there he is. Perchita, beg your pardon, Perchita, which was unacceptable.
Also giving us JD.
Oh, yay.
Sometimes this feels like it's scripted. It's one of those.
Yeah,
it's one of those match of the day moments. And he picked up a yellow card in the 30th minute. Oh, he's been sent off then, isn't he?
È 1 contro 1, Mino. Oh, nell'1 contro 1 adesso parte Perro. 1 contro 1. Il portiere non esce.
Edson, patta su face,
So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're counting down. Gladiators, you will go on my first whistle.
The final countdown. We'll wait for the final to do that.
So chance to attack here for Zeta and score their first goal of the game. For a team that had such an impressive goal-scoring rate.
Yeah,
They've found it very difficult today.
It's the first time they haven't scored a single goal before the 18th minute, which is unbelievable.
Wow,
yeah,
wow. That's a big stat.
Yeah, Stat attack. So we'll see now, this is their opportunity, prime opportunity, isn't it?
That's Perotti. Looking always for that left foot. We saw earlier how they allowed him to shoot with his right foot, which he wasn't too comfortable with, but he's defended there by Guillermo Feitosa.
And it's in these situations where the keeper can't come out these one-on-one.
Oh, they've made the substitution, probably the worst time, fortunately for them. Alicia Buono is a brilliant goalkeeper. That was a mistake by Zeta.
It was, and they survived that scare, and they come up the other end.
Gikok, and he scored the first of the game for Zeta. That just brushed the top of the crossbar.
Oof, see the reaction as well. You know how close it was. Just needed just to be a little bit lower.
Oh, now slowing it down.
Oh, hang on, what they're checking here?
Check in progress.
Yeah.
Is it going to be that substitution? Was he off? Yeah, he was off. I think he was off.
Number? Okay, it would be yellow
was
card,
he off
right?
through the channel? That's the important thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think just about, wasn't he?
There. Here we go.
Maybe not. I mean, it was very, very close.
It's tight. He's going to have another look at it. On-field review, everybody.
But we book the guy who enters the pitch, right? Yeah, which number is this, please? Yeah, okay. Which number entered the pitch? Salva? Okay.
So it looks like the player
Number 23.
that came on is going to get booked.
The problem is the bib
So he came on before the other player had come
That's
off,
why it's bad
basically.
substitution. The substitution is only correct if you go out with the bib.
But he didn't catch it, it's not me.
Yeah, but you enter too, you enter too early. You enter too early. So it's a yellow card for you, and it's a penalty shootout.
Oh, wow, it's a shootout as well. That feels very harsh. It was an issue with the bib. You need to have the bib on when you come off. You need to take it off. And you need to have it on before you come on, and then take it off.
Yeah.
And he jumped the gun because they were desperate to get back. It's just one of those costly mistakes again, which are the minor nuances, the minor caveats of the Kings League that you need to understand and make sure you don't get them wrong. Very, very harsh, though. I feel that it ends up in a shootout, but Alessio Ball, of course, is on hand to deny Molo.
Now, for that suspension, it'll be at the start of the second period, not during this dice or so. NCZ will start the game as things stand at a goal down and a man down, unless they can draw level here.
Can they draw level? It's another good save, but from the other goalkeeper, from Bilal. Well, they got two great goalkeepers, Golazo, Ben Cherki, and Bilal Bouchalouche. Left hand, then right hand.
So your sense of confirmation of that yellow because of not having the bib on. From the referee as well.
Quirico, another player that you can see is desperate to get onto his left foot. Oh, and he's just about clawed that ball. Make sure that Molo couldn't run away. He gone to the left, onto the left, and sliced over the crossbar. You can see Savino had his head in his hand.
Yeah, that's our Italian caster for the Italian commentary, Sabino. Up on his feet, naturally feeling the nerves here. He had plenty to celebrate a few moments ago, didn't he?
Yeah.
For the first Italian
it's not as much pressure for him as it was for Joachim alongside us, with the Germans potentially going home.
Yeah, so saw GR7 win and Boomers yesterday as it's another good chance. It is
from Guillermo Feitosa, a fourth goal for him in the tournament. I saw the shirt, FC Silmi, I think it said.
With a love heart, avec cœur, with a heart. Oh, it's double trouble then for FC Zeta. They did win their first game, so should they lose, if they will have another opportunity.
Now, this can be a goal! Well played and well done by Matteo Perrotti. Huge goal for Zeta just before the half-time interval, making sure that Golazo weren't stretching their lead too much. And that is it, the final kick of the first half. So that gives a bit of life to FC Zeta as we head over to both benches. Sabri Bezahav, the Golazo manager, and Christian Brocchi for Zeta. Let's see if we can hear from them.
animated, and we'll leave a lot to the imagination of what he was saying, but the things that we can broadcast and translate for you were basically keep calm.
Oh, he was a little bit too calm there, I think, Alessio Buono. Was that
a little
shirt
bit
from
calm.
Molo?
Keep calm because you're
Struck
top
the post.
players, you're top players, and you can go on and win this. And he did also reprimand his players as well for their complaints towards the referee. And just be smart, play to the rules, and just focus on your own game as opposed to directing any frustration towards the referee. Christian Brocchi, of course, former Milan man, the Champions League winner with the Rossoneri, Christian Brocchi. So very experienced head who's now working as a pundit in the Italian media. He did have a brief spell in charge of Milan as well, actually in charge of them in a cup final, I remember, against Juventus in 2016, and also a brief spell with Monza, but now working more as a pundit. Christian Brocchi. It's good to have a former player, isn't it, in the dugout, on the bench. And you want to impress him, but also those pearls of wisdom.
Yeah, it does give you, gives you that little bit extra. We saw F2R with Samir Nasri, who was very, very involved in speaking to his players. So Golazo have regained possession. Molo. Fekir back to Molo. Attack is short-lived. Zeta come down the other end, but it's not the best cross in the world from Tommaso Bernardi.
Can also continue the positive vibe, shall we say, for the French sides. The United and Panama All-Stars. That could be a foul.
It's very late from Bernardi. A body check on Berraba. And Golazo that will get the ball rolling again with the Gassem.
With that orange and sort of the green socks. Also a little bit of Ivory Coast.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit as well.
Yes.
Reference of like Black Ball and Holland obviously springs to mind. Well, Black Ball because of
But with the
English.
green socks, Ivory Coast, you're right. There's three colours of their flag.
Yeah, Ivory Coast. Proud football nation as well.
It's flicked up onto his arm.
For the kind of players that emerged from there. Just 20, 30 years that left their mark in Europe, those top 5 European leagues.
Molo. Oh, there's a ball on there. Just as he was looking to turn.
Ooh,
he went
50-50, Bruno.
Under the challenge from Montagna.
Naturally, it's going to be checked. It always is. And again, Brocchi, again, that message, calma, calma. Just stay calm, keep cool heads. You're only trailing 2-1. No concerns in that presidential booth.
Nothing. Referee saying there was nothing in it. Play continues. I didn't see anything either.
Yeah, the referee's been very good, as we've said, over the course of this competition. Has helped have the VR as well, a little safety net to help them. And we saw it come into play, didn't we, in those final 2 minutes with that little controversy over the substitution made by FCZ, which resulted in a yellow card. That suspension has now been served by Manzoni. So it's now 7v7 again.
So 7 against 7 on the pitch, and Golazo, who seen more of the ball in this second half for understandable reasons early on. Gassem. He's let that one run. He's got away from him. Forward Kadir.
Stop this.
I'm looking forward to seeing the presidential penalties because, well, in the previous game, weren't treated to that.
Now the counter. Molo has to stop. He doesn't have too much in the way of support. The shot is deflected and spins out of play.
Molo Paolo, if you didn't know, cousin is Gignac.
Yeah, she joined us 3 minutes ago. Gassam. Molo. That's a nice collective move from Golazo. That stayed in play. Oh,
Crunching challenge.
he's dived across to make sure that Wildcard couldn't play the ball. Very wise and intelligent defending there from the Italian. Look at the way he uses his body. It was Maddalena. We are back in that corner, so it still is a throw-in for Golazo.
Yeah, Zeta just struggling, aren't they, to push up and clear their lines.
That was a foul throw, if ever I've seen one. But the play does move on. And Zeta will come away. He's played it just behind Kadika, who does well to keep a control of the ball, and he was looking to curl it into that top corner. Couldn't quite find it. Cosimo Kiriko's got 2 goals in the opening fixture.
Yeah, I remember well. I was actually really impressed. But as you saw for Olympia United, who was soundly beaten a few moments ago, are we not the best opportunity to really judge FC Zeta? But this is much more like it, isn't it?
Oh, he's still down. I thought, if anything, that maybe it was Alessio Buono who was going to be hurt. But they're playing with 6 men for the time being. There are some boos towards Zeta for continuing the attack, but you have to play to the whistle.
Yeah, that's something that
you're not obliged to get the ball out of play.
Yeah, that's regardless of Kings League, football, traditional football, whatever. Just play to the whistle. Play to the whistle. Still a bit early to talk about men of the match, MVPs. Is anyone that stood out for you, really, Bruno?
This has been a tough one because it's not been the flashiest of games, but that will be a chance! It's a goal for FC Zeta. Manzoni puts it into the back of the net. A brilliant run from Bernardi down the right-hand side. And it kicks the game into life a little bit because not much was happening. Zeta were finding it very difficult to create any chances. But what a well-timed run into the box.
Oh, yes.
From Manzoni. And just as they scored the goal, they locked in the presidential penalty too.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Building on a bit of momentum, aren't they? Just what the game needed. Just what the game needed. And maybe Manzoni could be a candidate. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Now, I've been calling forever, and I've been desperate. Presidential penalty. Here we go. Will it be the president, or will
ZW coming down? I think he is.
Or will they designate someone to take it?
Yeah, but he's left her alone in the booth.
Ooh,
It looks like ZW's coming down.
He's got his boots on. He's just taking his time, and this is something we talk about. I mean, prepare just a little bit earlier.
Wear boots.
Yeah, or get them on a little bit earlier when you want to make that pull. You can see, or rather you can hear the Italian casters, just some encouragement, which again, with words I'm not sure that can be broadcast. Maybe the odd one, but still, you get the message that they want to cheer him up.
They really get involved, don't they? They feel like they're part of the community. The casters from Germany are very close now with the German sides and celebrating massively. The Italians going, the French, they're all very proud.
Down, wasn't he? And his team won the match at the very, very end.
So ZW Jackson, he does football content online, and you can tell as he drills his penalty down the middle. ZW Jackson and Antonio Pellegrino scoring for Zeta, just like that. They've gone from 2-1 down to 3-2 up.
He's got a good record, you know, 5 of the 7 presidential penalties scored in the split one, and that you can see why he's got a good record there as he runs across here. He'll definitely get a nice hug on his way back, a nice high five, as you can see, from the person alongside him. The presidential booth, and they've hit back, haven't they, with with a presidential penalty, have they? The French side?
They have. So it will be Gamido, right? He was coming down, I think.
Well, here he comes. He's never actually scored a penalty. Never scored a penalty.
Well, very contrasting stats from both presidents.
Yeah.
He's got a mean spurring him on in the booth.
There's a first time for everything, Bruno.
There is indeed. You could hear the fans saying, Kameto, Kameto, Kameto. And there is a first time for everything. And it's a brilliant penalty because it's gone into the roof of the net. Yes, it perhaps didn't have the power, but it had the placement. Kameto scoring the first penalty as the president of Golazo, and now it's 3-3.
Well, you know, behind the scenes backstage, there's a little area, Bruno, that's been set up for players to warm up and practice. And actually, he was, upon arrival, doing a little bit of shooting practice ahead of this moment, and you can see, well, practice makes perfect, practice pays off, and it's now 3-3. What a game it's now turning out to be after, for long stretches, just being very tight and cagey.
And that's what the game needed. Needed some life. It's been given by these set of players, but also by the two presidents.
Life, oh, life.
Which one are you going for there?
Oh, life.
Okay, yeah, that one. Oh, life. That is a goal kick as Perotti was looking to run forward.
That is a, you know, a nice tune from.
It is a nice tune.
Thomas.
It is.
It is a lovely tune.
Life. Who sings that?
I know.
Tracy Chapman? No.
No.
I'm making that up, aren't I?
No, that's Baby Can I Hold You Tonight. That's Tracy Chapman.
Yeah, no, I won't go for any more guesses.
Is it Desiree?
Desiree.
Let me
It
just
is
check
Desiree,
now.
is it? Or is it not Desiree? No, it sounded very Desiree.
Yes.
Yes, Desiree.
Maybe in some of those sort of, you know, those 90s chick flicks, such as Bridget Jones, that kind of, may have been those kind of films. Why watching chick flicks, Thomas? Well, you know, it was the 90s, not much on terrestrial TV. Back then, you have to make do what's on. And when you have a big family, of course, you know, you can't hog the TV, can
And you enjoyed it. Come on.
I didn't mind the first Bridget Jones. I'm not going to deny that.
You've not watched the recent one, then?
No.
So here are Golazo looking for a fourth goal, looking to take the lead again. What happened there? That was pinball.
We've got to dissect that one. We've got to dissect it.
That was pinball, and that's the only way you can knock down a mountain. Andrea Montagna.
Water, just water.
The force with which that ball hit him in the face.
And stop the time, please.
Oh.
Yeah, stop time.
Look at that. What a reflex as well. The reflex from Alessio Buono.
That would have added insult to injury for Montagna. That would have been known goal. Not only the pain of being getting smacked in the face by a ball as well.
Yeah.
It's just nasty. It's one of those painful ones where you can't really properly see out of your eyes for a while. You can just see like black.
It's kick over there, yeah? Put the ball
It's not a nice feeling.
The loser of this match will face the winner of SXB against Kuni Sports, with SXB reaching the last chance in the last World Cup.
So the corner to the edge of the box. He didn't go for the Scholes volley at the first time of asking. Went for the control instead.
Bradford City or Villa? Which one are you thinking of?
Bradford City, I believe.
Yeah.
Played into the channel. There's Axel Gulin. Now Molo. Oh, and he was looking to curl it into the top corner for Kadir.
Nice jerseys again from the fans. I saw PSG. I think it was, you know, RC Long. Long's jersey as well. Definitely saw an old school Arsenal one from the early 2000s, which was, I remember they had 02, and it's a nice kit as well. That's why I like also the different sports bringing their jerseys, some retro ones as well. I like a bit of football
I do like a bit of that.
Football merchandise, a football jersey, we like.
This is a nice move. This is a nice move! Wonderful goal for FC Zeta. Tommaso Bernardi with the finish. But it was all about the move.
Intricate passing move, wasn't it? And Bernardi capping it off. It's one of the team moves of the tournament, that's for sure. Now they've pulled their secret card as well. We'll see what it is. For them, they'd love it to be something like a penalty or a shootout, give them a direct chance to score and add to their 4 goals.
And for the second time, they score a goal and immediately press the button. It was the presidential penalty earlier, now the secret card.
Again, I know we continue to speculate, but it's just because we're thinking what could be sort of the ideal situation for the team.
So Molo
has just joined us, Molo, the cousin of Gignac. Now we are going to find out. No more speculation.
And this is penalty.
No more doubts.
That's it.
the secret card is a
penalty.
Oh, it's a penalty.
Wow, that's what we were saying, wasn't it? You wanted to be something like that just to give you a direct chance, clear-cut chance to add to the lead. And just to our right here, the security chap from France, he's shaking his head. He's disappointed because he knows his team, KWC, one of his many teams, he's won all the French sides, could find themselves trailing by 2 here. But remember last time, though, Cherki saved a penalty against...
Oh, they're bringing him on, aren't they?
There you go, yeah.
The penalty
So, yeah,
specialist
that's
is
what we were
coming on.
saying.
Can he do what he did in the last game?
He came off, didn't he? So, wow, hey, will history repeat itself?
Ben Cherki against Perotti. No, not this time.
Shame.
Not this time for Ben Cherki.
It's a real shame for him, but it's obviously brilliant for FC Zeta. On this occasion, Cherki unable to replicate his penalty heroics. He stopped a GR7, another Italian side last time out. He was hoping to do it again against another Italian team. It just wasn't to be. We'll see what the secret card is very soon for the French, and they need it now. So they're trailing by 2.
I mean, it's been 2 double blows from Zeta in 2 little pockets of the game. They've scored 2-2, and it's seen them put 4 goals on the board just like that.
A goal's worth double. I just got a little glimpse. Sorry to
double goal.
Spoil it for everybody. The party hooper.
So double goal for Golazo. 5-3, that would get them to 5-5. That would force the game into a golden goal, which we saw yesterday.
Yeah, French side, Panama All-Stars. Martin's the hero.
Flick over the top. Flick over.
Ooh.
And Bilal, who's back in goal. Ben Cherki had his moment.
On the back of his shoes, he doesn't have, of course, Bilal
GDX.
There's a player down here.
Oh, somebody's injured.
Yes, they're number 5. It's Duarte.
Well, that's the exact same part of the pitch that yesterday we had that terrible knee injury for Malakinia.
Yeah, for Fluxor, the Fluxor player. And again, we really hope it's nothing serious, and if it is, sadly, we wish him a very speedy recovery.
Now, I saw the wheelchair earlier, up close and personal. I got to see it. But yeah, no Malakinia, no news. No news has come to us from the camp regarding the. I suppose they're waiting maybe for a scan to see how he is.
Exactly. Maybe also to wait a few days, but just allow that swelling to maybe go down. In the meantime, is this going to be another nasty one for
it could be
Abdelhamid Duarte, who has Abdel on the back of his shirt?
Let's see what he touches, if it's knee or ankle, because when he goes down, it's not the best landing. Could be a really bad sprain of the ankle.
And the stretcher is
landed
on,
and rolled it.
Stretcher's been brought on.
Oh, the stretcher. Looks like the wheelchair is gone for good. So let's hope he's not holding his knee. Ankle, it could be a sprain, it's a painful one, but you know, it's one of those injuries that you can recover from.
Nice gesture from the crowd. Round of applause. Then another close-up of Christian Brocchi, Inter, Milan, Fiorentina amongst his clubs. Said lots of silverware. And this time with the Rossoneri, as you'd expect, playing in that period in the 2000s under Carlo Ancelotti.
Very obviously, and this is why I wanted to tell you, because it's not a good picture for everybody.
Off he goes.
Doesn't look good from the players' reaction. And again, first of all, we hope it is nothing serious. And should it be a nasty one, and we hope it's a very speedy recovery and a positive recovery. Don't want to see that. The game end in a sour note.
So Abdel Touati off the field of play. And, that corner is drilled in by FC Zeta. Now they've got the throw in. Feidosa with the 360-degree turn. Throws it to the keeper.
There are any Italy fans searching. We'll try and give you updates of the game with Norway as well in that World Cup qualifier. Yesterday we tried to bring it with the Nations League, didn't we? Spain. What a game that was. Lamine Yamal, so good. Coach yesterday was De La Fuente, isn't it? Saying as long as he wins, it doesn't matter if he suffers. He wants to win regardless. And he has to win 5-4 every game. He'll take that. I'm not sure the Spanish fans would like that. It's not good for the old heart, those up and down games, but did come out on top, which is the key thing.
Feidosa get another chance. Now 1-2, Sofiane Saya. He said the shot is, looked like he was trying to punch it away.
He did 2 goes at it, didn't he?
He thought I might as well grab it.
He did 2 goes at it.
It's a strange save from Warnock.
Unfortunately, there was no one there, just tap in the rebound.
Feidosa. Saya. This is Kadir. Over the top. It was a lovely move, but Molo couldn't control the cousin of Gignac.
Is he?
Cross into the far post, punched away by Warnock.
I have to say, we haven't seen too many howlers as such from the keepers. There was that one, I suppose, for the
own goal?
Yeah, the G2.
The corner.
Yeah. Keeper. One of those howls, remember the one, Taibi, Manchester United against Southampton. That one's always props up, doesn't it? Just through the legs. There have been
remember the Tim Flowers one as well, that folded up over his shoulder.
Yeah, just feel so sorry for the keepers in that moment. There was one for Inter keeper Radu a couple of seasons ago against Bologna. I don't know if you remember it, but basically the ball was passed back to him as he tried to sort of clear it, got a little bit contact on his studs, but didn't get it, and then it just left the ball there for the Bologna player to tuck it home. That was nearly tucked home, so yeah, we feel for the keepers in those moments. So far, there could have been a potential howler a few minutes ago from Warner, but he dealt with it in the end. But apart from that one, that own goal and being caught out from the corner.
He's been good. He's been good, Alessio Warner. And Perotti. Now the chance. Oh, Chirico almost teed him up for what would have been a very clear chance for Zeta. Golazo battle away down the other end of the pitch. The chance to shoot. No way through. Oh, he's undercooked the pass. It falls to Molo. Molo. Oh, agonising. 2 players lining up. Feidosa with the cross. And the header goes wide. Well, there were 7 seconds left to get the double goal, and I think that was it. You won't get anything.
Oh, wow, how close.
As clear as that for Alex Fekir.
Oh, my. Oh, a whisker wide of the post, and as you said, that would have taken them level. and would have forced the game to a golden goal situation. Now, Zeta are back in the driving seat. They could afford to concede. They don't want to concede, of course, but they could afford to concede and they would still be in the lead.
Oh, Montagna, they're claiming there's a penalty. Then they're saying there's a handball. All kinds of arguments from the French players.
We play on, though. We play on.
Multiple appeals, nothing given by the referee. And the cross is now shouldered away by Matteo Manzoni. So he gets 38. There's probably been too many complaints in the dugout.
Yeah.
Yellow card for Sabri Bizaf. It's been by boos by the entire Cupra arena.
But listen, they're going to go back and check it. There's no point in protesting.
Yeah, of course.
Go! Yeah, that's your problem. No, that's your problem.
I don't know if there is going to be a review, as the Zeta players have already made their way to the dugout. The Golazo players are slowly getting across because they continue to complain. Let's see what we hear.
Smonta, Mino e Tommy davanti. Dai, Perro, fermati un attimo. Vai.
Little tweaks there in terms of the positional play. Directing his players who will be starting up top, will be staying a bit further back.
So, Molo asking for some encouragement from the fans. We make some noise, try and give them some much-needed energy in these final 2 minutes.
We'll find out who is going to be at least the candidates for MVP very shortly as well, Bruno. We spoke earlier.
It's going to be Perotti, surely.
Yeah, the way that the game is heading towards its climax, it must be him. We'll find out shortly. We said it was going to be difficult. Felt it would have been difficult.
There's another player who's on 4 for the competition now, Matteo Perotti, the 26-year-old, plying his trade in Serie D. Feitosa. Oh, that shot was not far off again. Buono was rooted, just hoping that it was going wide.
That's all he could do because it was just struck so well with such power. Fierce strike, destined for that bottom corner, but then just this moment just curled away slightly. Back with FC Zeta.
Bernardi holding the ball by the corner flag. Goal kick for Golazo. Time to get the ball down the other end. Molo. Saya. It's with Feitosa. Almost slid it through. Kiriko brings it out. Well done by Kiriko.
Got Bernardi in support.
Oh, that is brilliant from Kiriko.
May have hit Bernardi.
They may not have scored a goal, but it's meant that the clock has got closer and closer to 40 minutes without there being any threat from Golazo. Montagna needs to try and force the corner at least. Oh, goal kick.
Oh, he's not happy about it, is he?
I think it came off the French player.
Yeah.
It was either a foul or a corner. Not sure that
3 minutes
of
of added
kick.
time.
3 minutes. So there is still a chance here for Golazo. Gassem lines up the shot. It was a very long way far from goal, Gassem.
One of the candidates for MVP, but as you said, it must be Perotti who's now leading the way. More than 60% of the votes, and especially should it finish this way, it would be a deserved prize for him. I was going to be speaking to one of our hosts on side.
Kiriko, the 1-2. Oh, saved by Bilal. Put together some real nice moves, have Zeta.
Yeah, either one of the goals of the team goals of the tournament, that's for sure.
Molo. Oh, that's made them lose some momentum. The touch from Kadir. Gassem. Is there a foul?
Bruno Perotti on course to win his second MVP prize. He was MVP against Olympia United as well, so it's looking good for him. Of course, he wants the collective. Of course, individual accolades are lovely, but of course, he'll want to put the team first. They netted 5 against Olympia, they netted 5 against Golazo.
Again, looking to keep the ball in the corner is Berardi. And they're going to finish it off, or are they? Perotti.
Wow, desperate defending.
Oh, there's still a minute and a half left. He should have buried that. He was trying to be a little bit too cute. We'll get another chance now, Perotti. Well, with the performance he's put in. Surprised he didn't make the most of that chance. I think he was maybe a little bit arrogant and trying to do too much. Feitosa, Molo!
Oh, he was very nearly made to pay the price.
Imagine having to look your teammates in the eyes after
potentially sealing it,
and then conceding a goal there.
The only sorry, I'm just going to say the only other player to win 2 MVPs is Wellington Rodriguez. Well. Of GDC.
Gassem. Griko. Telegraphed his pass. Gassem. Is that a foul? No, the referee says there was no contact. That may have been the final chance for Golazo. Long throw. Gassem going for the Igida scorpion kick.
Wembley.
3 minutes on the clock, and it is game over. Golazo lose to FC Zeta, who win their 2 first fixtures in the competition. They sail through to the last 16. Golazo, though, will have to play in that purgatory. That is the last chance after they let the lead slip away in this game. A good team performance from Zeta. Deserving winners in the end in the second half. Played their cards very intelligently with 2 consecutive double blows, which saw them score those 4 goals that turned the game around. So they beat Olimpo in the first game 5-2. Now they've beaten Zeta by 5-3. Consistent in their results. Matteo Perotti consistent in his MVP winning, as Tom would say. He's only the second player to have won 2 MVPs so far in this competition, alongside Wellington of Galácticos del Caribe. And he will shortly be joining our pitchside reporter for that post-game interview. Well, he's celebrating with his teammates.
back, and we're back with a bang because it is Los Troncos against Expire Team. We have a Spanish derby. It's a battle between two sides from España, Los Troncos and Expire Team, and we've picked out two players here, Alex Gutierrez and Juan El Amrani, the former winning the trophy last year with Porcinos, whereas the latter scored the first of the 10 team goals against Los Chamos in their first fixture. Now, Bruno, these sides know each other very well. I think that's an understatement. They know each other extremely well.
Yeah, the players know each other inside out because, as we said, there's a lot of movement and rotations in terms of team squads. A lot of them have been teammates, have been on different teams together, and they're faced against each other for the last 3 years, week in, week out. And the two teams who played, of course, in the Kings World Cup, the inaugural edition in Mexico, where Expire Team defeated Los Troncos in the quarterfinals. Expire's team going on to lose in the semifinals against Porcinos. Los Troncos beat TRM here in the opening fixture against the Italians 3-2. That was a very good match, the Italian champions. So not an easy game whatsoever for the Spanish side. We don't generally see the Spanish sides being pushed that much by teams from France, Germany or Italy. So TRM showing that they're a very, very difficult team to defeat. Expire Team today will be a more realistic test, a more idea of where they actually are, because Los Chamos unfortunately sort of really gave in quite quickly in that game. They threw in the towel and ended up losing 10-1, what was the heaviest defeat in Kings World Cup history.
Yeah, the difficulty level has been cranked up a few notches indeed for Expire Team against Los Troncos. Now the drawing of the Fortnite secret card, that reminder and a refresh, and for those who are relatively new to the Kings League, can only be played in the second half. So in the first half they do have, of course, those presidential penalties, and we have seen on a few rare occasions they're played in the first half, but they tend to be played in the second. And we're all set then in some respect. It's also a bit of a grudge match. We mentioned how much these sides know each other inside out. The Expire Team, of course, are limited by Los Troncos with a 9-4 victory in the quarterfinals of the Kings World Cup Clubs in 2024. So we'll see whether that has any bearing out of it. It was a long, long time ago. As you said, there's been a lot of change in personnel, and we see the Expire brothers there, no doubt. They'll be looking forward to the presidential penalty later on, as the ball is about to drop from that iconic change. We're underway after Últimos Dos against Porcinos, another Spanish derby in the 2025 edition of the Kings World Cup Clubs. And as we so often see, the keepers heavily involved in these very early stages, with the Expire Team trying to get their number 10 on the ball, Pablo Beguer, who has an eye for goal. Here he is, brilliant from Beguer. It's a brilliant save in the end.
Lamine Yamal with the save. Very experienced players on the pitch. Carlos Planas, who's been in the Kings League ever since the very first split. Pablo Beguer, of course, the player with the most appearances in the history of the competition. So players that know how to play this format to perfection.
Now Manu Martin's got to get back in between the sticks. Guedo off his line now, looking to bring one of his teammates into play, which he does. He stays there in support. May not need the keeper. He doesn't need the keeper. 1-0. Los Troncos have the advantage in this all-Spanish showdown. It's their captain, Fantastic, who gives them the opening goal.
Yeah, Carlos Planas, the former professional, former Celta Vigo player there, who's just slowly but surely moving forward and saying, all right, if you continue to block the pass, I will take the shot. And he scores his first goal in the tournament. They'd scored 3 in the opening day. Lamine Yamal, the keeper, Diego Jimenez and Gerard Noya, the other goal scorer. So Carlos Planas joining the party.
The Expire Team proud, the only team in the Kings League universe to have won split in both the Kings League and the Queens League, which is the Women's League. Now here he is again, Planas, looking to pile home an assist, which he does. He has scored the first, he has set up the second. Gerard Noya once again on the score sheet after leaving his mark against TRM in the first game.
Carlos Planas doing very well there, running to the byline. I thought maybe it was going to run off the field of play. but he hooked his right foot around into Arnoia with the late surging run into the box. The finish for Los Troncos, who have got off to the perfect start here against Expire team.
Reminder, the winner of this will go straight through to the round of 16. They get a bye. Don't have to go through the last chance saloon, far from it. So now the Expire team try and find an opening here with their number 14. And number 14 there, looking to have a shot, but it was blocked. Los Troncos leading, they reached 2 finals, the King's Cup in 2023, and at the Inalpi Arena final as the Los Troncos defence deal with that, but they lost both occasions, both in 2023 and in 2025 to Mostoles. So they want to rid themselves of that sort of runners-up tag as the shot comes in. Oh, that was a lovely strike, wasn't it? And it's that man, he's been so involved.
Planas again.
Yeah, in his early exchanges.
Planas, who was a defender, he's not known for his goal scoring or his creating, his chance creation, but that's very much what he's done in this game. No. Scored one and provided the other.
Really laying down a marker then to be an early candidate for MVP, but of course
a long way to go.
A long way to go.
You're right. No,
a long way to go, and also you can't read too much. I mean, the early stages, one side perhaps races ahead, but we see another side come roaring back into it. You can't read too much at times, and actually you want to give yourself a strong foothold in the contest. You want to set up an early lead and a bit of a cushion, which can actually help. And what about that for a ball? Oof, good desperate defending. They've got a corner.
It was well tracked by Jacobo. I think the control ran away a little bit from Carlos Planas, but it was a wonderful run. Perfect pass from Amoedo.
Yeah, just joined us, Planas, and then Neuer was a reinforcement actually brought in by Los Troncos for this World Cup to replace the injured Jordi Gomez.
The hat-trick scorer from the Premier League. That little bit of trivia that we had the other day.
That's right. For Wigan or against Wigan?
For Wigan,
For Wigan, yeah. Already thought of that part of the UK, I'm sure very different to what he's certainly in terms of the weather and the cuisine. Let's put it that way. Still some lovely parts in that north-western part of the UK.
Do I hear someone backtracking? I don't know.
Oh no, far from it. I was going to say it's naturally they're coming from España to that part of the UK, very different, but it's got obviously its pros and cons. Like pros and cons, of course, even living in Spain.
Of course, yeah, multiple.
Just goes over here, taken short by the Expire team, who were trying to find a way back into this match, as you said, Bruno. They were so convincing against Los Llamas, but this time though the level goes up and they're trying to look to one of their star men. It's Fouad just poked into that side netting, the Moroccan ace, who really impressed at the Kings World Cup Nations back in January, he and Nadir. So we've got joining us, or rather joining our German casters to the left, a couple of members, what looks like from the Futbolistas Locos, maybe replacing one of them, or might be Jürgen taking a little break, or was it Tyler? But either way,
he's had to get on his feet, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe we can nick that chair now.
Yeah, finally a bit of movement from him. And so we've got the Futbolistas Locos joining us just alongside us, which is always a real treat. And they're obviously riding high, Bruno, after picking up their victory in the shootout yesterday against UC, and making a bit of history in the competition, the first ever win for a side to hail from Germany. So congratulations to them, and UC and all their supporters were silenced in the end, and there were so many Moroccan fans packing out the Cupra Arena. Talking the Cupra Arena, that goes right over the stands. There's no side netting there, so those fans have to be careful. Unlike here, but behind the goals, we're a bit more fortunate. Like that number 20. Chopper, we were explaining that, wasn't it? The different names related to trees.
They're all trees
forest,
or plant,
woods,
yeah, some kind of
horticulture references.
Chopper's a kind of tree.
Yeah. Which is nice, and obviously Los Troncos transits to the tree trunks, the hence the sort of green as well, and sort of Celtic.
Very on brand with the current times.
Yes, which is good. The environment is very, very important. We've been doing our best, haven't we, in terms of using as much public transport as possible. Lots of walking, but recycling obviously is very good. We're staying at our hotel, so we're doing our part as well. And of course, it is one of the major challenges of the 21st century, absolutely. And we're doing our part. And Paris is, we've noted, a very, very green city, and Los Tongos in their green are looking good. Mean and green. Expire now. Coming forward, Fuad. Just toe pokes in, and that was nice. Was that Rabona?
Rabona, yeah.
Remember Rivaldo's, the great Rivaldo. I think maybe scored a goal like that. Either way, he was one that really good at those kind of tricks. Great Rivaldo. He was played right until, I think, right into his 40s, you know.
We were talking earlier
Yeah.
about Deportivo La Coruña. Before that golden team, Rivaldo was actually at Deportivo before signing for Football Club Barcelona.
Again, you know, people like myself who haven't got the inside knowledge of La Liga and Spanish football, obviously from the collective imagination, think of Rivaldo, Barcelona and Brazil, but
happens to move Serie A, of course.
But played for a wealth of clubs. May have in Europe, may have ended his career in Greece.
Played in Uzbekistan as well. Because I remember when I was there were photos of him everywhere.
Yeah, I'm sure when he was out there, he was very, very, very popular figure. And talking of popular, well, in this case, popular things, what about Fortnite, Bruno? Every time I see that logo, which is popped up now on a jersey, I picture half the locker room and the players and even the president's getting a quick match in before the game. You were wondering where I was going, weren't you? But
I wasn't too sure.
Just saying, that locker room and having a quick match before, especially this week with all the new stuff that's been dropping in. And rumour has it they're playing everything right now, from Battle Royale to Ballistic. And hey, you in the chat, jump in too. Haven't tried any of the modes yet. Now's the time. Links in the chat. So, very, very popular. I don't know if it's got the same popularity as Rivaldo. Well, maybe outside of Brazil. It's far more popular than Rivaldo.
¿Estás bien? Espera. Te espero.
¿Estás
bien? ¿Eso?
I think that was a finger to the eye, wasn't it, for Fuad?
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay, yeah. It's very painful. Maybe wincing and maybe tearing up a little bit. It was a very explosive start, wasn't it? Quick fire double from Los Troncos. This game has settled, so it's now settled a little bit, and they're both sort of sizing each other up here, aren't they?
Not still Carlos Planas, who is the difference and the man that is deciding this game.
A goal and an assist, as you said, for a defender by trade, but I suppose there are positions as such, but you have to be able to do a bit of everything, unless you're someone like Kelvin Oliveira, where you can just basically say, here's the ball, go and give us a goal, mate. Or no, I wouldn't say amigo, that's Spanish. No, the Brazilian, the Portuguese, I beg your pardon, for amigo. By the way, I know he's a big figure. We all know he's such a big figure in the Kings League. Unfortunately, he's not involved this time around. Neither is Obed Martinez, but he is present, isn't he, for Persas with those crutches, and he's helping Gabriela
He's always giving out the card and
helping Gabriela Batocletti with all his experience. A little bit of extra info about Expire team are trying to find a way back into this game. That 10-1 win, all the goals were scored by
different players,
different scorers, which you did remind us of earlier. But I just wanted to say that a couple of them were goals that were worth double because they came out at the very end.
Yeah, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different goal scorers. So there were 6 goals and, as you say,
those goals at the very end.
10 goals on the scoreboard.
That's it. And we still haven't actually had a clean sheet as yet, Bruno, across the competition. No. It's still very early, I know, to talk about it, but we'll see whether we can have
It's difficult because of the presidential penalties and because of the cards. It's very difficult for somebody to keep a clean sheet.
And as we always say, those 2 minutes when there's so much space after the roll of the dice. you tend to get at least one goal. It's very rare to see no goal scored in those final 2 minutes. So, listen, you don't come to Kings League for shutouts, far from it. But of course, if you do keep one, it's a real boost, isn't it, for the defence? It looks good as well if you can.
What would be interesting is if there would ever be a 0-0 draw. Almost impossible.
Yeah, wow. I can't ever recall that happening.
Just caught my eye. A lovely retro Anelka shirt. I think it's PSG.
I was also wondering where you're going with that one. It's quite lovely. There's the shot straight at the what jersey was it? It was a club shirt, did you say, or a national team shirt?
I think it's silver. Yeah, it's a silver PSG shirt.
Wow.
Very, very nice.
Because he went to PSG after Real Madrid, did he?
Big fan of Anelka.
Is that when he went to PSG? I know, obviously, he moved to Real, didn't he, after Arsenal?
Didn't work out for him, really.
No, but he still won a Champions League, though, even though I know he wasn't a protagonist, was he?
He scored a header, I think, in the semis against Bayern Munich, but yeah, it
wasn't a poster boy.
He was a fringe player,
but still, hey, all European Cups and
there's that nice Henri number 12 over there.
Yeah, 98 World Cup. Yeah. And he always tend to pretty much continue to wear that number across his career, didn't he, the number 12?
Henri?
For France, was it? I know for Arsenal was the 14.
14.
For France, was he always 12? That's a good question.
No, that's a good question, actually. I don't know now.
It's a good question. Obviously, we know 98 World Cup he did, where I knew he was very big role in the early stages, but towards the very end, the likes of Zizou, Petit, really coming to the fore for that France. What a side.
Good team, wasn't it?
M. Jacquet's France side, and it was also, if you remember at the time, a big win for sort of also multiculturalism in France as well. It was including so many players to hail from, have origins from outside France, from Djorkaeff, Zidane, just to name a couple. Obviously Thuram. It really was a big moment in that sense as well. That new second and third generation French players, and so it meant it wasn't just a big win, obviously, for France in terms of the history books, but also for their country as well, what it meant culturally as well. Milestone moment, and what a competition, and beating Ronaldo's Brazil, although it wasn't fully fit. Ronaldo is still, to this day, there's still so many question marks, isn't it, about what exactly happened in the build-up.
It's a bit of a mystery, isn't it?
Who knows what would have happened had he been 100% fit. He clearly wasn't fit for that final. And
you get the feeling that if you had a World Cup final now, in the modern day and age, there wouldn't be two such brilliant players as Zidane playing against a Ronaldo, for example.
Oh, I'm talking.
That's very Ronaldo-esque.
That was a number 9 getting on the score sheet, just like the great R9 himself. And it is for the Expire team. Well, they're hoping it's going to stand. The arm has been raised.
He looked a little offside, didn't he?
Strained to an offside position, Bruno, or not. It naturally will be checked, but he's hoping he could fall in the foot, and also very similar to that Brazil kit in terms of the blue and the yellow as he fired it home. Iker Alcarazzo. We wait. Attende. Warten.
To the naked eye, it looked offside. Don't know.
Al parecer sí, que hasta dar mucho, ¿no? Al parecer sí está apretado. Sí, gracias.
So it's being checked as we speak. We're going to have an on-field review here.
Okay, thank you.
Saying it should stand, obviously.
He's not the one drawing the lines, though, so it is offside.
So we don't have that goal back. So from 1998 back to 2025 then, with the Kingsley. Who would have thought of the Kingsley back in the 90s? Where we'd be here today in the modern game, in the different brands of football. Let's put it that way, because, you know, it's not competition for traditional football, it's a complementary product, let's put it that way. The Expire team determined to get that goal back, and they have to do a little bit more if they are to get that goal back. So we're entering these final stages of the first period. Los Troncos, good value for this 2-0 lead, I have to say. Starting really well and keeping it tight since then. Despite had the ball in the back of net just a few moments ago, but ruled out for offside. Their joy then wiped out. Los Troncos, and then here we get a third here. Shielding of the ball.
Real sense that F2R are up next because the stand starts to fill out with those French fans. There are some teams, some local teams that have got that pull a bit more than other French teams, and F2R is one of them. Lamine, of course, is a huge streamer here in France, and they just start to trickle in now, and we can sense it because from our position, normally we can see the pitch, and when the fans start coming in, there's part of the pitch that we can't see.
Yeah, you're right. I have to sort of either jump up a little bit or stand on the stool we've been given just to see over. And you mentioned, I mean, he's actually going to roll the dice shortly, the F2R president. So we'll see him ahead, just ahead of obviously his side's game against Dendele at 10 p.m. It was just asking our guys behind the scenes, guys and girls behind the scenes, to find the last match in which Expire failed to score a single goal. We have to go back to match day 3 of split 4 in Kings League Spain when they lost 2-0 to Ultimate Mostales. That was back in September 2024. So
still a while to go here.
It's still, of course, a while to go. But, you know, one starts to...
Depending on who wins rock, paper, scissors, then...
yeah, for the Expired brothers, exactly. I mean,
it could be more or less likely.
Can I be honest? Why do that when you know the younger of the two is the better? But I suppose, maybe they've had a little pact and said, listen, this is who we're going to decide it. And that is that. That's the bottom line.
Remember that presidents also need to put on a bit of a show. It's part and parcel of the game, really.
You're not saying it's staged, is it? That they already know what they're going to...
Oh, I haven't actually thought of that.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out. Maybe we'll ask, because that's relatively simple for Los Troncos to deal with as we go into the
nice pass.
Final seconds or so of the first 18 minutes. The clock continues to tick down. Can they get this corner away in the nick of time? Verdu with the throw. That is that, so we are going to have the roll of dice. The JD rolls in front of me. I'm in the president of F2R, and we'll see what the outcome is. So it's a JD, which is the 1v1 with keepers. Do you know what I do miss? The old school 1v1.
I love that,
keepers. Yeah.
I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah. I know when we were doing our rehearsal, we kept saying it, and they kept saying, well, guys, it's not there anymore. We were like, no, we wanted it back. We wanted it back. We want it back for good. Because it just was so good, that sort of shootout, wasn't it? Get to halfway line, they steady themselves.
And how they had to clear with their heads.
Yeah, because they obviously couldn't handle it. Yeah. Oh, it was brilliant. It was brilliant.
And you saw some really nice goals there, because there was some powerful strikes from the middle. Some players as well, more than others, could really hammer the shot.
So we're back underway, 1v1 with keepers. In this scenario, keepers can't come out of their penalty area. If it had been, say, a 3v3, of course, then they are. It's just in this situation, they must stay in their penalty area, which adds to a bit of excitement. Lovely turn of pace here. Neuer! Oh, got a touch on its way through, didn't it?
He is rapid, isn't he, out of Neuer?
When I said it, I'm aware maybe it comes with Neuer as in the keeper.
Yeah, it sounds like it,
I do apologise.
Oh, no, it's the same. No.
Is
Neuer,
it?
yeah.
Okay, good stuff, but yeah, it's not Neuer. Maybe we should sit with the accent, so maybe that will help. So Neuer has another go. Still. Yes!
Oh, time to run, Neuer.
He's got to get back
time to run.
He has got the pace, though.
He's quick.
He has got the pace. He's a speed demon, that's for sure. Let's see what he's like in defence. His Expire team try and get the goal, which they do. We said there could be goals, and it is that man there. Their number 10, Pablo Beguer.
Another goal for him. Another one in his long list of goals in the Kings.
Absolutely. Why was I even talking about Expire team potentially firing a blank? Look at that. Look at that. 2-1. They're right back in this game now. That puts the pressure back on Los Troncos.
Oh, he should have given. I think he should have given up the chase a little bit.
Here we
earlier
go.
there.
Here we go. Oh, good goalkeeping. Great
Neat to attack the ball.
goalkeeping.
Well attacked.
Here we go. Is this going to be 3? Round the keeper.
Could have been a pen. Could have been a penalty. Well done.
So cool. Diego Jimenez. And they almost instantaneously restore that 2-goal cushion.
Well, there were many things there which I thought could have gone wrong for Diego Jimenez. I thought as well, fair play to him, tip of the hat, because he could have gone down. He could have said, I'd rather take the penalty here, but he decided to finish on his left foot, weaker left foot, not a great angle. Defender was racing onto the line.
Are we going to have another goal on the other end, off the bar? Oh, wow, and the first half comes to a close with a bang, literally, and that goal is still shaking. And Los Troncos, they are no longer shaking because they are leading 3-1. They've maintained that 2-goal cushion. This was a brilliant strike from Dwyer, just needed to be a little bit lower. And now let's try and listen in to what's being said at the break.
¿Mogi gol o qué? ¿Gol?
No.
Yeah.
And remember, we were talking about cousins earlier.
Yes.
Eric Bartra, Marc Bartra's brother, the coach of Los Troncos.
Oh, wow, there you go. It's all very sort of family kind of feel, isn't it?
Family fortunes.
Our survey says. If it's up there, I'll give you the money myself. The great Les Dennis, big shout out to Les Dennis. Yeah, absolutely. An icon of the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. And in recent years, he's been appearing on some good shows as well. With the extras. And,
not wearing his towel.
that was not such a positive moment. There was also really, is it shorter than life? Life's too short. He was really good in that. Again, Ricky Gervais involved. I won't say David Brent, but because I associate RG with DB. Anyway, I digress. Shot from distance and didn't take a touch on its way through. It's good. Yep. That's a good start for Expire. Immediately pinning Los Troncos back in their own half. And, guys, anything can happen. They'll be leading 3-1, but they've got those 2 presidential penalties to said play. There's 2 secret cards that's whipped in there. Just headed wide. Team, they, like Los Troncos, of course, shared objective, winning your first 2 games. Just avoids that extra pressure, doesn't it, with that last chance saloon? You know you've done your job early. You know, I'm not saying put your feet up, but at least have a little bit of a downtime. Why not? Play a bit of Fortnite. And then start thinking and also watch your potential opponent in the last chance saloon. That's quite nice as well, isn't it? You can scout your opponent and say, well, we're going to play one of these 2 teams. We know who we're going to be playing.
Yeah, it's got to be wonderful watching others suffer in purgatory whilst you're up in the heavens.
Oh, yeah, well, it's a bit of sort of, in that sort of Schadenfreude kind of style, isn't it? Watching on, there is that human element, isn't there? You know, your rivals wanting to, not wanting, but if they do sort of suffer or struggle, not too disappointed. I'm sure should we say, Juventus and Milan fans weren't too upset about Inter losing, for example. Like, say, had PSG lost, Olympic Marseille fans maybe wouldn't have been that upset. I'm sure the same for Real Madrid and Barcelona. For example, if Real in the final, Barcelona don't want Real and vice versa to win because of the rivals that exist domestically in their respective championships. And you've lived in both cities, haven't you, Bruno?
I have,
so
yeah.
you know the intense rivalry that exists in that classic.
I can tell you that if Madrid play in the Champions League, Barca fans are massive fans of the team that's playing them, and vice versa. They're exactly. We said earlier about the English and the German being so similar, and that's why the Madrid fans and Barca fans are very similar.
They're very expectant, demanding fans as well. Obviously, we demand success. There's no sort of idea that, okay, we're going to rebuild and maybe win again. It's like, to win, we'll be competitive at least. You can't, you know, only be one winner in Calcio football, but you've got to be competitive, you've got to be there or thereabouts, and that's the pressure that comes with the big clubs. And talking of sort of big clubs and potential winners, these two early on this competition have been tipped by our experts to go far in the competition, but just spanner in the works for one of these sides ends up on the losing side, having to go the long way around, go through the last chance saloon. It's coming in a few days' time. We've still got to wrap up everything here. I've just had a little grimace and lost my train of thought because I've just been told Norway are battering and hammering Italy 3-0, which, again, as you can hear, I am an Englishman, but living in Italy for a long, long time, Italian wife and
Italian daughter.
Yeah, exactly. So Italy has become my adopted nation, and very much Italiano as well as Inglese. So it's very upsetting to see Italy fallen giants. Well, fallen giants domestic. Well, how about international? Italy haven't qualified for the past 2 World Cups, and after this, it's going to be uphill if they want to qualify again. It would be unthinkable.
Papered over a little bit by that Euro win.
It was, yeah.
It's kind of
papered over the cracks. You're right.
Softens the blow of not having been on the major scene, but yeah, no, it's been strange, difficult times for Italy. There is the noise. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah. It's another really good block. We have another.
There was another really good drummer. I prefer these drums to the ones yesterday. They were very loud. Yeah,
this is more pleasant.
Yeah.
Something you can listen to while you're having a nice cup of tea or a coffee.
He's missed that one.
Yeah. It's a little bit disappointing. Well, no, the ones yesterday. Oh, that's all retro shirts. We've got a Brazil 02 and a United, I believe, 2006. The stick me neck out. A nice shirt, 04 or 05 maybe. And, very nice jerseys in the stands. Of course, unless you support Man City or Argentina, then you don't like those 2 shirts. I am aware of that.
Well,
but if you're a neutral, you're a neutral.
Yeah, but there are teams that I like more than others, and the ones that I don't like as much, I can admit that.
Nice kits,
I remember the Man United half yellow, half green. I thought that was a very nice kit back in the day.
Yes. It was 92-93.
And I am by no means
that was,
Man United supporter.
Well, those were the original colours when they were Newton Heath, yeah. Before changing and being Manchester United, they were Newton Heath. It was a railway works, and they had that kit. It was lovely. I'm surprised they haven't done it more, you know, in recent years. Gone back to those colours, that kit. Anyway, we're talking about winners and losers. The losers match will face the Boomers in the last chance. So it'll be talking of Italy, and yeah.
I really want to see Lofazo up against a
big team,
Spanish side. Yeah. I think he could. I think they'll come up short because maybe the team as a whole is nowhere near Los Troncos or an ex-Bayer team, but Lofazo can cause problems.
Yeah, we've spoken that time and time again. The former Palermo man, Fiorentina as well. In the meantime, Los Troncos locking down their secret card. So if they have a shootout or a penalty, that would be perfect right now for them. Or maybe even a suspension, taking away one of the players from the ex-Bayer team and giving themselves increasing their chances of scoring with a numerical advantage. That's whipped in. That's a nice ball, actually.
That was nice.
Teasing ball in, and now we'll find out what the card is, Bruno.
Well, let's see what the card is. This is when the game is It's going to be decided. A game as tight as this, with cards, a shootout. That's a good card for Expire team. I think it'll be Pablo Veguera taking it, surely.
Yeah, you think so. He's buoyed, isn't he? He's riding high after putting his name on the score sheet. Now, and in the meantime, they've hit back, haven't they? The Expire team, they've called their...
it's going to be Oribe.
Yeah.
It's not going to be Veguera.
Wow. So we'll find out what the other secret is shortly, but one step at a time.
I would have thought Veguera, if not Fuad.
Yeah.
But Oribe it is.
It is a little bit surprising. We'll find out whether he can get them back in it. Here we go. Victor Oribe.
Oh, that was not a great first touch.
Oh, and
that slowed him down.
Yeah, and it just meant that he didn't really get into his stride.
It slowed him down, because you said it the other day, and you were spot on, that it's so important for that first sort of long angled touch, which means you gain a bit of time, so you've got the clock on your side, and you've also got a bit more of an angle. But here, he was on the edge of the box with a second left, the ball was sort of underneath him. Nah, it was a mess from the start, really, for Oribe.
Again, still good work from the keepers on Natri to make himself big and make the save. In the meantime, it was all happening. We've had a secret card called, I'm sure, briefly, I saw a presidential penalty being knocked down as well. So, just waiting here. So, we're going to get going in with a throw-in on that far side. Los Troncos are about to call their secret card. And it looks like the Expire team and the brothers going to be in action in some form or another, putting on a show.
Now, with this scoreline, surely, will they be doing the rock, paper, scissors, or will they just say, hey, we need the goal? Or, as you say, will they stage the rock, paper, scissors?
Yes, that was me being a little bit...
cynical, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, and I do apologise.
Sceptical, more than cynical,
yeah, a bit of both, to be fair, a bit of both. We'll see. Either way, they need to score it, regardless if there's any sort of entertainment, any sort of rehearsed antics before. They must score, they need to score, they always score. It's the Expire team really need to score right now. I'll wait to see what the secret card is for Los Troncos. Nice work from Veguera. I'm surprised he maybe didn't take that shootout, but Oribe felt confident enough, one of their wild cards. Not too much of Fuad in this game, to be fair.
No.
He did hit the frame of the goal
early
in the first
on,
half, yeah. Now Oribe, that's more like it from Oribe. Nice ball. Can they get the goal? Oh, they can't.
It was stuck to his feet, wasn't it, Jacobo?
Just couldn't quite turn and get that shot away with power. Managed to, as you said, seemed to be, just stuck there, almost glued to his boot. Now shielding it nicely here. Cubedo, still there, and it's just palmed over by Manu Martin, and we'll see what the card is for Los Troncos.
No pulse, que no han pulsado aquí. No pulse. No, pues, no pulse the team, no pulse the team.
He's saying he didn't press the button.
Oh, wow.
No push penalty, no push secret card. Gracias, Salva. Ya, calma, ya está, calma. Calm down. Sí. Ok, thank you. Es decir, hay evidencia de que lo pulsaron.
Sí, hay evidencia de que lo pulsaron. Hay evidencia de que lo pulsaron. Ya está, hay evidencia. Ya está, por favor. Salva, te escucho, sí te escucho.
Controversy again, we'll continue to listen in.
Ok, continuamos, gracias. Thank you.
Oh, but in the end,
No lo han pulsado. Ya lo revisaron, no lo han pulsado.
Oh, so now they're saying that it wasn't pressed.
Right. Porque no lo han pulsado, no pulsaron.
Okay, so now they're saying that it wasn't pressed. Earlier they were saying that there was evidence that he had pressed it.
Okay, no han pulsado.
And then the dugout was saying, oh, show us the images. And then they must have said something in his earpiece saying, oh, no, we don't have the image.
Right,
So they didn't press the button.
Okay. I did see the green flash for a moment, but anyway, maybe the technical error. You never know behind the scenes. Anyway, either way, we wait for that secret goal. Maybe the fact they want to keep it late, maybe it's a penalty, maybe. Well, goals worth double. They want to play in the final 4 minutes. Now, Manu Martin, quick thinking, long throw. It was aimed towards Pablo Beguer. It's from one keeper to another. He did well in that shoot. Obviously, say wasn't the best of first touches from Oribe, but still needed that save, needed to get that touch and make it awkward in terms of tossing down that space, making himself big, and he did just that. Now Los Troncos at the other end. Here they go. From Verdú. Back, safety first. Happy just to pass it down a little bit. The bubble just getting away from that congested far side. A reminder, 14th of June, the final at the Défense Arena. Also exhibition game. France against the rest of the world, and a live performance from Gims. Of course, the main event, which is the who will be crowned the champions of the world. My friends. They've got a corner here. I've seen too many corners fired. Are they going to go sort of traditional? Just throw it into the box, and they are on the volley. Good work from Manu Martin. Got his body behind the ball. May have seen it late as well. Again, big fan of these drums. As we said, it's pleasant, isn't it?
Very nice background noise.
Yeah, just they were really loud. I'd say they're deafening, flat with the touch.
Oh, yesterday you could see the sound bars on our little commentary box.
Yeah.
It was constantly, you could see the line going up and down just from the drums.
Yeah.
Struggling to hear you yesterday as well. I had to keep turning up my headset.
Also, talking of noise, when they had the UC fans in, listen, the stand was at one stage shaking because they were jumping up and down.
It was like La Bombonera.
Yeah, exactly. We are very close to the pitch, very much like the Bombonera behind the goal, but it just shows the passion they bring, the passion, the colour. And yeah, they will be missed. That side of things will be missed for the event, but full marks to Futbolistas Locos, and it was quite intimidating at times because they were getting some of the ball jeers and whistles, and the Moroccan fans were making themselves heard, their presence felt. But Futbolistas Locos, they played really well, didn't they? Their secret card, they took away a player from Iraqi, I think it was, when the Moroccans 4-1, and they battled back and they won the game after a shootout. So also one of those big moments as well, playing your cards right. Go down as sort of a Victor Vidal moment for Gigantes against SXB with that late goal, the keeper, when goals worth double. It's overhead. It's a little bit disappointing from X-Bar to only have their presidential penalty really to play, whereas Los Troncos with the presidential penalty and that secret card, which they're keeping very close to their chest. Now X-Bar team, lovely touch, is it a goal? And it's over. It's the man who had the ball in the back of the net in the first half, but it was ruled out for offside. So now it's a penalty, presidential penalty.
And it is Expire team who have gone for it. So well, now we're going to see what happens between the two brothers. It's been sort of one of the big question marks of the day, and if they were going to be in a position like this, what they do. So let's see what they come up with.
Well, they're both heading down to the pitch. One's got his boots on. Is that the... Well, they both got boots on, so that adds to a bit of the suspense and the confusion. I thought maybe one would have trainers and one the boots, which would obviously tell us and give us clear indication. I suppose a bit of sort of mind games, isn't it? If you're the keeper thinking who's going to be taking it as well. If it's the youngster, I know that could be in trouble. If it's the elder one, then might make it a wee bit easier. We'll see what it's going to be again. Rock, paper, scissors to decide, or whether this time the two goes out. They just the elder have just tried a bit more support.
The players will be looking over thinking, oh, why is he not the ball in his hands?
Listen, the players are very much like that, because here we go.
Oh, he won. No stage then.
It's far from being staged.
This isn't wrestling.
Yeah, I know. Hey, but those guys put their body on the line, that's for sure. There's no faking in that. There's no faking here. There's no faking in that. Rock, paper, scissors. It's all real. We'll see now whether the elder of the two brothers can...
There's the original Expire.
Reduce the arrears here. Here we go.
Oh! Well... He always feared for them once he won the rock, paper, scissors. Are they going to have to change their approach further down the line in the competition?
I think they are. I feel they will consider doing so. Yeah, it's the Roberto Baggio 1994 World Cup final, that one.
Body backwards, that.
Yeah, straight over the bar, soaring over the bar. Now they've hit back, haven't they, with a presidential penalty of their own.
It's Perchita, who's another one who's, I mean, not I don't know how to put it lightly sometimes, but not maybe a footballer.
Okay. Enjoys the game, likes the game, but perhaps not really adapt out there on the pitch, should put it that way. Now this to make it 4-1 for Los Troncos. Can they stretch their lead?
Oh, that's a good penalty.
You said he didn't play football.
No, that was a good penalty. Well, what did they say? Even a broken clock.
Twice a day.
Says the right time twice a day.
Very nice, I love these pearls of wisdom. And they do make it 4. And that's painful, isn't it, for Expire team, who just missed their penalty. And then moments later, just moments later, see the opposition extend their lead further. They're in a good commanding position. They've still got a secret card. The longer we wait, the more makes me think it's something like a penalty or a shootout. And again, we've seen that jersey that Perchita is wearing with Palo Santo, which belongs to Jordi Gomez, the Wildcard player who played in the previous book with Los Troncos, but as you're saying, currently injured and scored that iconic hat-trick. Do you remember who it was against? Did you tell me?
No. To be honest, I don't remember who it was against. But he was a classy player, Jordi Gomez. He was a good player.
Some JGB Wigan, maybe?
They did. And he played for Blackburn as well, Jordi.
Yeah. So staying in that northwestern part of England.
He was part of the FA Cup winning squad. And when they won it, Ben Watson with a header at the near post.
Unbelievable, wasn't it?
Was it Roberto Martinez managing there? Exactly, Roberto Martinez. There are the links between some Spanish players and Wigan. Well, he's hurt himself. Luis Alcina.
As you quite rightly said, you can tell F2F there are playing up next because our view is completely
it's gone. It's obstructed completely.
All the fans, but so it's all good, and the stands are starting to be packed out. There's lots of noise, drums, flags. It is going to be quite some atmosphere as the shot goes in, and the roof would have been lifted had that gone. I mean, what a hit from distance. But, whistling well wide of the mark in the end. We'll find out as soon as we have a break in play. That hat-trick for Jordi Gomez.
Might actually look up who it was against.
Yeah, go on. I'll take over. I have control. You leave it to me. We're in safe hands, everybody. We don't have Bruno just for a few moments. But what can go wrong?
A few moments.
Now Pablo Beguer continued his run. Team haven't been that free-flowing performance we saw against Los Chamos. Of course, this is a very different proposition, Los Troncos, in this all-Spanish derby. Spanish showdown. That's a clever ball, played across the face of the box and out on this near side.
We have confirmation that in the year 2003, no, that wasn't 2003. No, I don't have the year. It was against Reading, and it was the perfect hat-trick, left-right header.
Nice. We haven't had a
2012, so is it the 12-13 season?
Nice. You haven't had the perfect hat-trick at this tournament. You've had plenty of hat-tricks, of course. Rossi, Leo goal, that's given away. Chance to get back in the match here.
He's turned the wrong way. He wanted to get on his left foot, but he could have attacked the space on his right foot.
Still waiting for Los Troncos' secret card. It surely can't be a goals worth double because we're into the final 4 minutes. So everything makes me believe, I'm a believer, that it's a penalty or a shootout.
The fact that they were so adamant that they hadn't pressed the button and didn't want to play it.
Yeah, and they wouldn't willingly sort of say, okay, fine, we'll play it if that's your message, if that's what we have to do. They were determined to keep a hold of it. But again, it's at the minute just speculation. We've seen teams sometimes get the rules wrong, but in this case, Spanish teams, you know, having played it for so many years, that's not a hand. But you know, we see teams suddenly play a star player card, not realising that has to be played at half-time. Although it has been played now, could still be, of course, a penalty just to help see them over the line, or a shootout. We'll find out very, very soon. It always gets me excited. The suspense before the card being revealed, the Fortnite secret card. Now, Expire team, can they get their second goal? That's fist well over the bar in the end, and now we're going to find out.
They could further open up their lead, Los Troncos, and this makes TRM's result look even better. The fact they only lost 3-2 to Los Troncos. Goes to show one of the strongest Spanish sides, and they've got the penalty.
Fist-bumping celebrations from El Presidente. Now this could be real trouble. Now, having said that, in the round 1 match, Expire scored 3 double goals in the final stretch, but that was against Los Chamos. This is against Los Troncos, who are potentially going to be going into those final 2 minutes, Bruno, with a 5-1 lead. So this is massive, is it? Massive, massive for Joan Verdú. And he would love it should he score. That's what everybody involved with Los Troncos. Here we go.
Oh, no. No, that's not the Panenka of dreams. It was the Panenka of nightmares from Joan Verdú.
Oh, my. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Pourquoi? That's not the time to be trying to go all aboard the showboat. Taxi for Verdú.
Absolutely, and that taxi was filmed in front of a live studio. A live audience.
Live it is, and now all around the world as well, whereas before maybe those poor fellows who were on court and clipped up those clips on taxi, it was really only just to that audience watching a Saturday morning in the UK, if you remember, Bruno. Now all around, that's so easy just to clip things up, and they can go viral. That's disappointing.
Was hide your head under, bury your head under the sand moment for Joan Verdú.
Could be involved here. Just beaten to the punch. Manu Martin keeping it at 4-1. Spine team. All they need, though, Bruno, is to get a goal now. Even go into those final 2 minutes at 4-2. They would certainly take that, accept that, for want of a better words. Seeing their record in the final few minutes last time, although it comes with an asterisk against the side they'd already won the match. And Los Chamos weren't the sort of side we've seen before in previous competitions. But as we go into it, Bruno, it's final 2 minutes, Los Troncos still, despite that penalty miss, in a very good position. And there wants to maybe make amends, a little bit of redemption after that. Obviously, if they win it, they can look back and have a nice laugh about it. If Expire get back into this, they'll be, well, let you imagine what the players will be doing in the dressing room to him afterwards.
Well, the fact that the goalkeeper stood still shows that he
was telegraphed.
Joan Verdú, you know that Joan Verdú is a pretty skillful player, but it just goes to show that you know that he's the kind of player that maybe wants to do something a little bit special, a little bit different, rather than put his laces through it.
Yeah.
That'll make him think twice about doing it again, because it sort of, the message is, you've been clocked, you've been found out.
Clever ball!
Oh, is that not a back pass?
They're appealing for it, aren't they, Bruno? That's what they're saying, that's what they're suggesting.
I think they've given a throw-in or an indirect free kick.
Van ahí forcejeando los dos, es lo que alcanzo a observar.
That was the back pass for me.
Yeah, for me.
Stop time, please. Stop
I
time,
agree
please.
with you, that one, Bruni. No, 99.999% of the time I agree with you. Let's maybe try and listen in, hear what's maybe being said. But first of all...
Thank you.
No offside because of Beguer's right boot.
That's right, yeah.
Actually, no, Beguer, of course, is the attacking player, so it is offside.
Okay, okay.
Got things the wrong way round. So it was offside, clearly, from Pablo Beguer.
Yeah. Here we go. Yes, come on. Oh, she's headed away. Here we go. Final 10 seconds, just get the shot away. And they're not going to get that goal unless there's a miraculous ending here. Well, there you have it, going to those final 2 minutes. As we reminded you, Expire team, last time they were really good in those final 2 minutes, got plenty of double goals, but that was against Los Champs. They'd already won the game. This time they're trailing, they're chasing the game, and it's Los Troncos who are in the position you want to be in.
Generando bien, se está llegando mucha área. Saltamos Mario, cuando entre Mario, Pablo, tienes que estar en segundo palo. Jaco entrar, Oribe entrar, ¿vale?
Entres a la dreta, Diego, davant amb Gerard, vale? Últim esforç, seran 3 minuts, màxima intensitat, esforços defensius, que no hi hagi transicions. Si correm nosaltres, hi ha jugadors que es queden...
So the countdown is on them. Los Troncos on course to win this Spanish derby, put their spot in the round of 16.
And what did we say, Tom, before this game? We said 10-1 win the first game, Expire team, yes, but Los Chamos threw in the towel very early on, and we wanted to see them tested. We wanted to see really where Expire team were. And look, this has been the first real test. They're losing 4-1, and they've clearly been the second best team out there.
Yeah, as they say, the league table, the results rarely lies, does it? And it's a clear indicator of how this game has gone. And despite a penalty miss as well from Jean Verdu.
It could have been worse.
Could have been a lot worse for the Expire team. Beguer and Juanma. Candidates for Expire team, Dieguito and Planas. For Los Troncos. Of course, they'll be chatting. Whoever wins that, they'll be chatting here. Just out on the pitch there with our MVP Azar interview. Find out whether it's Julia or Leticia or Dalila very shortly.
I think it's Dalila. I can see her down there getting ready.
Good stuff. Getting ready. For also making sure that the player signs the jersey, which you can get on.
And in the right place, because the other day it didn't happen. Had to chase him afterwards.
You're right. It was quite amusing. And wasn't easy because the players naturally have the right footwear just to sprint away, whereas bless them, they were obviously in their sort of high-heeled boots and then to sort of scamper across, which they did get there in the end, so full marks. They're the commitment. Rock is not the friend of the Expire team, no es amigo el tiempo. The Expire team, and they have to go quick here. Needs to be very fast. Is andale an expression? No. Andale.
It's Mexican.
Mexican. Is it sort of...
Andale.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Yes, andale.
Andiamo.
Yeah, exactly. I like it. Spanish expression, maybe is it vamos? No.
Yeah, vamos.
Yeah.
Vamos.
Yeah.
Dale.
Yeah, that's what they need right now. A bit of that. You'd say it to them, they won't understand me. If I say it, they'll be saying vacuum. What are you saying? Vacuum. What vamos?
I remember my dad used to always say when we used to play football back in the day in England, Benga, to my brother. So my brother was known as Bingy, because people would hear him saying Benga, so like, Bingy.
What a hit! Oh. They heard you about Benga. This is like, come on, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And also, your backstory, obviously, this was when you were growing up, obviously, in the UK as well. Where
Exactly.
we're not renowned, and me included, for being, shall we say, very good with languages. So you might have had a few odd looks, you and your brother.
Yeah. Yeah, so my brother was known as Bingy.
Bingy, baby. So the first minute of added time is almost up. Stronkos on the ball, which is good for them to keep hold of the possession. Don't want Expire to get that goal back, because should they score, they would make it 4-3 and really put the frighteners on Los Stronkos. They've put good roots down, Los Stronkos, to go into this final 2 minutes. And behind the other goal, you can see the Dendele fans, they're getting warmed up as well.
Big banner, the Torcida Organizada.
Mind the Dendele F2 coming up very, very soon. Played nicely out wide, Expire team. Just trying to set up a grandstand finish here. Just the one goal. Can they get another nice touch? Here he is, one of their star players, and it's blocked. Still there. Oh, now a chance on the break. This would seal it. Los Stronkos to win it! Oh, it somehow stayed out. Somehow stayed out, and it's still there. It's, as you said, pinball wizard. And now at the other end, breathless stuff. Beguer, don't think could just commit himself enough to it. Talk about breathless passage of play. That's also embodies what the Kings League is all about, doesn't it, Bruno? It's really
especially at the end, isn't it? It's just end-to-end stuff. For Expire, it's desperate because they need 2 goals, but it could have been a much heftier scoreline as another one curling away. Yes, that was from Adri Jimeno. And that is the end, Tom.
There goes the full-time whistle. Los Stronkos show that they are, for now, the superior team in Spain, getting the better of Expire team. And they join their fellow Spaniards, Porcinos, directly in the round of 16. Expire team, it's not all over yet. They do have another opportunity against the Boomers. That's going to be a fascinating game as well in the last chance saloon, and we'll be commentating on that game. Bruno and I, in the meantime, Tequito Jimenez of Los Stronkos, your MVP, your hombre de la partida, del partido. And he'll be chatting shortly with, I believe, is it Leticia or is it Dalila?
It's Dalila, I think.
We'll find out shortly, and we'll hear what he has to say. We just also savor these moments, fabulous moments. 2 from 2 from Los Stronkos. This side that wants to march on and fly the flag. They want to keep the trophy in Spain, but they want to wrestle it away from Porcinos. And they've laid down a real marker and give themselves a real psychological edge, I have to say, by getting the better of the Expire team. But the evening belongs to Los Stronkos and Dieguito.
for this fixture. They won their first game against Monash. The goalkeeper, Benoit Costil, who played at Euro 2016, or at least was part of the squad on that day, is one of the standout players for F2R. Whereas for Dendele, the Brazilians, it's another one of those sides that several different players scored on the opening day, so they don't have that one man who stood out and got a hat-trick or sort of blew the opposition away. So Dendele against F2R to see who advances to the last 16. I think we've only got 2 slots left for teams going directly into that 2-0 last 16 draw.
Exactly. Well, we've got obviously tomorrow to wrap up proceedings in that sense. So the spaces are limited.
And we'll have you for the draw.
Yes, I was going to say.
Picking out the names out of the hats.
Yes, I was going to say, make sure you tune in. I know I'm not as pleasing on the eye as the delightful Dana, the lovely Letitia, and the rest.
Well, that's a losing battle for most of us.
Yeah, and our lovely host. But at the same time, I'll be bringing enthusiasm, bring the love for the Kings League, and of course, I'll be like you, finding out live for the first moments the draw for the round of 16, as we see there. The F2R, was that the Dendele?
It was Lamine,
wasn't it? Again, I apologise, at times my eyesight is appalling. Again, I keep forgetting my glasses. I have to bring the lenses on, which aren't as powerful, shall we say. Tomorrow I will have my lunettes, which I found out is the French glasses. Yeah, because I tried explaining to one of the stewards earlier, and I used wordreference.com to tell him mes lunettes j'ai oublié, and he had a good chuckle together, mainly because the French was so appalling. But there we go. There's the Dendele supporters, the Tifosi there in that orange strip. As we said, a throwback to, say, Holland, which also we mentioned also Ivory Coast with the orange.
Yeah, orange has been popular this week, hasn't it? Orange and red. Yeah, very popular.
The countdown is on Bruno.
Who will be starting? We see Costil, and we also see Yassine. And remember, Imbula, the former Stoke City player, is a member of this F2R squad, which includes Sami and Nasri. That stat that I brought for you on match day 1. I'll be using it every week because I want to bring out my sheet for F2R. See it here. Imbula caught speeding in Stockport in 2016. And talking of speeding, it's off the post by Lincoln.
Wow, yeah, in his Lincoln, he was caught speeding away there.
Yassine. Costil. Oh, back to Yassine. Just behind him.
Still there, though, Bruno.
He's got Costil on the edge of the box if he wants him. Lincoln makes the challenge. Surely Costil goes for the finish. Oh, he waited a little bit too long.
Handled it. Did he handle it? I think he handled it, you know.
Handball, so the attack comes to an end. No goal for F2R. Big celebrations from Michael, and he's got those fans behind him.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. If anyone says, oh, it is just, a bit of a show, and look what it means to these players early on. Maybe getting a little edge of the opposite number, then turning to the supporters. We do like to see that. We like to see that commitment to the cause, the passion here. He may have hurt himself in the process, I think.
He only realised after the celebration maybe that the adrenaline wore off for Maicon Santos. He's been asked by the referee who wants to go off, and said, no, I'm fine. I'm happy to soldier on.
I'll take more than that to take mighty Maicon. I'll tell you that for nothing. I'll tell you that for free.
Maicon gives a thumbs up to the referee. Needs a teammate to come on here. There he is over there. Couldn't spot him. So got all those fans in front of us.
There goes Lincoln then.
So Lincoln out to the left. Back to Lincoln. Look at all those boos.
Wow.
Oh, Lincoln's going to get there. Lincoln shoots. Costil got a touch of the ball, but it found its way through, and the first goal of the game goes to Dendele.
Lincoln just silencing those supporters, and the Brazilians have the advantage here, breaking the deadlock against F2R, who say the The scrums are the groundbreakers in Kings League in France. Should put it that way in terms of being
the
first
side to travel out to
yeah.
Mexico. Lamine involved from the get-go. Costil goes for the shot, saved by Maicon. Almost got rid of the ball in any way possible. As now, Costil needs to run back. Oh, it's off the crossbar, the follow-up. Dendele make it 2-0. Almost one of the goals of the tournament from end to end. Off the crossbar, followed up. 2-0 Dendele, and it was Hector with the volley.
Dendele doubling their lead, and in what fashion?
First, Neil Sullivan running backwards for a moment.
It was, wasn't it? Reminiscent of Beckham against Wimbledon in 1996. For those who follow Syria, this is Shea Adams against Empoli. I know it doesn't have the same ring as soon-to-be Sir David Beckham.
Shea Adams scored a goal like that, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
For Torino against Empoli at the Castellani, which is actually a ground where Recoba famously scored from the halfway line for Inter in the 97-98 season. But soon-to-be Sir David Beckham, by the way.
Wow. Oh, that shot goes wide. It was Lucas Valeri, one of the younger players in the tournament, a wild card, 23 years old.
How about that, though? It's the whole build-up to it, the off the bar, the follow-up. Costil just not getting back quick enough, and that's the risk you take when you play the keepers, as as a sweeper keeper coming off his line and heavily involved in the build-up. That's the risk you take.
Absolutely, and against these Brazilians who are so good on the ball, well, they only need 1 second to look up and strike it, and it was close to being a remarkable, unforgettable goal in the Kings World Cup.
Yeah, for Hector, his first goal of the tournament.
Yeah.
He was actually the top scorer for Dendele in the Kings League Brazil split. So finally up and running.
There's a bit of beef between Lincoln and Yassine, because earlier Lincoln anticipated, got in front, intercepted a pass, he celebrated right in Yassine's face. He didn't like it too much. Now they came over and there was a slight coming together by the corner flag. So just look out for those two, because there could be some sparks flying.
Yeah, a little bit of spice added to the pot. Sprinkled on.
No understanding there between the Brazilians, given away to Benoit Costil. This is Usman Badji. Valeri. Costil outside of the boots. It's an invitation for Dendele to come forward. Oh, look at the far post. Oh, he didn't attack the ball though, Lincoln.
We saw Futbolistas Locos overcome the very intimidating atmosphere to beat UC Hill to the Shimishama. And will we see Dendele do the same? It's clear that after have more fans inside the ground, obviously as the home team. Just to our right here, that drum, it's that a little bit annoying drum, I have to say.
No, it's not the same, because yesterday's drum player is actually the gentleman in front of you, second from left. He was the man on the drums yesterday, so fortunately he's just here as a spectator today.
Which is brilliant, but still it's still a very similar kind of noise. Somebody else is trying to replicate I was going to say feats, but more the antics of what was
Crystal Palace shirt.
I spotted also an Adriano Inter jersey as well, so a couple there.
That's an interesting one, a Crystal Palace shirt amongst the Brazilian fans, not amongst the French, because there are a few French players.
Was it an old school Palace one?
No, it was a recent one. I don't know if it was this season or last season.
Maybe after the FA Cup win, I'm not sure, Palace, obviously, where Ian Wrighty first onto the scene. Another one we must tip off.
Alongside Mark Bright.
That's right, yeah. It was also Alan Pardew, I think Gareth Southgate was in that. Yes, a lot of big names. Obviously, Wrighty forcing the...
Don't really remember those, do we?
Well,
Wrighty at
listen,
Palace.
we don't remember it in that moment, but in terms of growing up, we remember it from the videos they'd show from Ian Wright in that 1990 FA Cup final against United, Ferguson's first trophy. I mean, Ian Wright, wow, putting his name, should we say, on that football map, and then later earning that big move to Arsenal. where he really earned more than cult status, idol, legendary status, and held that record for so many years before Thierry Henry would go on and become their top marksman.
That's right.
But what a guy, and love seeing his work as a pundit even to this day, and right the passion. Even I wish he was playing the Kings League. I think he can still turn it on, you know.
Could finish, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
You don't lose that. Don't lose it. Yassine. And he's played it to the Dendele player warming up off the pitch. Now somebody's gone down.
We're doing to that.
Two players have gone down.
Dendele mascot, Bruno. We've had a few already. We've seen in the raging bull, the mad bull, and so far they are raging around the pitch. And of course, here to
They've changed their goalkeeper.
take down F2R. So there's been some changes, has there?
Yeah, Michael Santos replaced by Dallas Vicente 7 minutes into the game. That's a strange one. We see some teams, don't we, suddenly change their goalkeeper, but I don't think I've seen anybody change after 7. Maybe that shot to the face early on,
Could
the
be.
mic on, might be feeling it now, or slight blurred vision or something.
Yeah, purely trying to speculate as to why they made that change in between the sticks, but they have done. Mike on, it makes me think obviously of the former Inter and Roma, and there it is. Yeah, that shows a very good spot from you, Brent. You've got a really good eagle eye.
The Eagles.
There you. I wish I'd said that because
it would have been brilliant.
Oh, that's brilliant! That's brilliant! That's brilliant!
Finally, they've got something to scream about, something to celebrate inside the Cupra Arena. F2R are now just one goal behind Dendele. It was the old traditional route one, wasn't it? The flick on from the big man, the run off the shoulder, and it's Amana Fofana.
Bruno, the likes of Luis Enrique and Pep Guardiola would be turning their nose up in disgust, but there's nothing wrong with it. Old school English 80s and 90s.
Tony Pulis likes this comment.
Yes, route one, hit the big man, flick it on. If it works, why not? And let's look at the success the likes of Stoke had for many, many years playing that kind of football. Very direct, aggressive commitment to those first balls. And Fofana, the best scorer of the French split with 11 goals, scored in 7 games. And he was very good in that first game for F2R.
And he was there last year as well in Mexico. I remember he impressed for F2R. They were defeated against Muchachos, the Argentinians, in that controversial penalty shootout.
We're going to have Will and Vincent of the Galacticos del Caribe for the dice.
Good old Will.
No, you obviously
and Vincent. I never mentioned Vincent, but
yeah, but it's obviously with Will Smith, obviously. You know.
He's a cool guy, Will.
Yeah. The risk of going back to Miami if they don't win their last chance game. The men in red and blue will be there almost. Independence Day, but
I thought you were trying to bring out iRobot, and I was thinking, how's he going to squeeze that in?
Yeah, going to try. There's something like a D-Day, but it's Independence Day. It doesn't quite work.
I was thinking about D-Day as well.
Yeah, doesn't quite work. Doesn't quite work.
There's one back there. As Badgie will put it into play.
Sorry, I say Badgie. I'm just thinking Baggio. I apologise. And not just Roberto Baggio, it was Dino Baggio as well. He was a very good player, very underrated player as well.
Scored against Spain in '94.
Yeah, I was working my way towards that.
Thank you. I suppose you Italian fans have to think about those things after what's going on in Norway.
Is it still 3? Find out. You'll tell me. Was it 3-1? Goal back. Start of a comeback.
Still 3-0, my friend.
Is it Haaland, I assume? Mr. Haaland, I assume.
Haaland only scored 1.
Well, hey, it is a very good Norway side. That's headed across.
That header again. It's that sort of Route 1 traditional football style from F2R. It's causing problems, I suppose. It's the polar opposite to Dendele, who are happy with the ball on the ground, but maybe they're struggling with the physicality. For some of these players, a bit. Look at Badgie. Badgie's a massive player at the back, the number 18.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't get the sense on camera, but when you see him here, he's a proper athlete.
Yeah.
Not as big as that prop we had in the stands yesterday.
Yeah, he was a big supporter of Panam All-Stars, I believe.
Panam All-Stars, yeah. I saw him on day one as well, so
yeah.
Expect to see him for Panam's next game. Badgie. Oh, that was a vital touch from the defender.
So if he's wearing the same green jersey, or at least he's washed it, that's for sure. After the pace up and down that was involved.
Well, the keeper made the save there. As Valerie was coming across, I think he was saying, why don't you come over here, Valerie? Can the jokes get any worse this week, is the question.
Listen, Bruno
But
is...
fortunately, we're not reading into the Twitch stream and all the comments live. I'm sure there'll be more than one person saying, who are these millennial dad joke?
You're just practicing...
I'm practicing for what's to come.
What's to come, exactly.
There's no excuse for me. Oh, there was the volley that was...
Yeah, it was a good one, wasn't it?
It was a chance for Hector Godoy, who's actually scored a volley already in this game. So the throw-in. Oh, another header. Those headers are causing havoc. And it's generally that man. It's William Harhoos, the number 9.
But Bruno.
Harhoos.
Yes, don't keep it.
Bruno, listen. I'll just watch this corner, then I'll come in with my point.
Yeah, let's see if they can find Harhoos again.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Harhoos with the way he's playing, and what I was also a big fan of is, as you're saying, playing to your strengths. You've got that aerial prowess, that physicality.
And you can see that it's causing them problems as well.
Exactly.
They don't really understand what to do with it. Oh, that looked like a tug from Harhoos. And it's a corner. Oh, played short. It's an option on the edge of the box. There it goes. The shot takes a deflection. It's another number 0. It's Adis. Now it's Badgie. Back to Benoit Costil. Kevin Bru's pass is intercepted. Oh, look at that. It was like the ruck kind of driving forward. Yeah. You'll appreciate that one.
I will, and also being in France where they're very big on their rugby, they love their rugby. It's all about Kings League now. The
Badgie.
Sort of wide there, but no, same players that you've mentioned, I've been really impressed with liking what they're doing so far. Play to your strengths. If you're causing problems in the air,
absolutely.
Keep doing. Even the great Alex Ferguson would always say, just throw an extra forward, put ball. If you're chasing a game, put fear into your opponents.
They seem to have found the antidote for Dendele. Costal came a long way there, made no contact with the ball. Fortunately for him, there were no consequences for sort of mistake in reading the cross from Benoit Costil.
Very even in terms of the completed passes, with just slightly ahead of Dendele in terms of their accuracy. Comes to the pass completion, the ball out on that far side, and if Désir score again, the noise is going to be immense. It is going to be immense.
Oh, and to the far post, it's a header from Dendele. Well, it was the aerial threat from F2R, but it's the header down the other end from Tuco. It puts Dendele 3-1, and it was a much-needed goal because they were really feeling the pressure from F2R.
There's still a lot of noise, but it's coming at the other end of the ground from the Brazilian fans. The Samba party, the Samba style. And the French fans, they've been silenced. Dendele. 3. F2R. 1.
So 3-1 indeed for Dendele. And they've stemmed that rebellion from F2R. Really did not expect to see them scoring a header, I must say, in this game.
Yeah, as you said, they've done what F2R were doing so well at the other end of the pitch, using the aerial route to find the back of the net, which they have done.
Oh, again unmarked. Could have been another header. Horrific defending there from F2R, and then that pass, it's disappointing. He's kept it in. Oh, Look, it's Lincoln again.
He's not afraid, is he, to stamp down a marker and lay down his authority.
Yeah, wasn't the nicest of actions there from Lincoln, must be said. So Addis will take this corner, firing it into the near post, headed behind by a Dendele player.
Those colours, I'm sorry, I keep thinking of Boca Juniors. I know that's a sin to say it to Brazilian supporters to nominate and name an Argentinian side, but just those colours make me think of Boca Juniors. I'm very sorry.
Lincoln with the header. Oh, Addis was an awkward bounce. Yassine. Addis. And it came off the boot of Amada Fofana.
Yeah, just took the sting out of it, didn't it?
Yep.
With that shot, and there you can see the Dendele. Streamer. Watching on.
Taken quickly. Fofana will look to turn. He was crowded out by the Dendele players.
See what the Brazilian streamers here at the venue, naturally sporting Dendele, what they're thinking right now.
You can see them standing up as well. Now you can see the Italians sitting down.
I told you,
you can't see Savino's head now.
Yeah, we've got
and now you've got the Brazilians standing.
There we go.
Everyone's got their sort of 15 minutes in the spotlight, haven't they?
Yeah.
Except for us, really.
We haven't got a team.
Well, we are the neutrals. We're here to enjoy.
The neutrals, yeah. We're bringing you the party all the way through to the 14th of June. We're on our feet all the time, regardless. We don't have the comfy chair option of Lockdown and company. Just to our left. But,
that's Robber. Yeah, to be honest, Hans did get his hands on the chair early on.
Yeah.
But, we do promise everybody at home that we will fight to get that chair back.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
At some stage.
Yeah. To be shared around at least a little bit.
Although it has been 6 days of standing and sort of leaning on a stool.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, well, if we made it to the 18th minute. Oh, hang on, Badgie's going to have a shot. Oh, it's blocked.
It's the right option. It's the right thing to do, though.
And still time for that final shot. Look at that dive from Thales Vicente. So 18 minutes, 3-1 to Dendele. This has been a good game between the Brazilians and the French. We're going to get that dice thrown.
By Willem Vincent of the Galacticos del Caribe.
I can't see Will.
Yeah, no, I did.
Look, I can see it from I can't see him on the screen, but I can see it from where we are, yeah.
Yeah. So it was Vincent with the throw.
It was Vincent, yeah. The two members of the Futbolitos, as they're known, here from the managers.
Dans ce cas-là, quand on va commencer le match, William il va chercher ici, Harris il va chercher ici, Amara il va chercher ici, et après ici on resserre les gars. 3 contre 3, commencez.
So we will have those 3v3 players now.
So we're back underway. It's immediately gone straight out. But F2's out.
It was Lincoln with the header.
Yeah, he's been involved in the good, the bad, and the ugly. Let's put it that way.
In the end, it didn't really matter.
Yeah.
Addis. Almost ran into Fofana. There is Fofana. He's got a pass on. Oh! And he's hit the post.
How unlucky.
No, he's hit the post. And let's be fair to Thales. He touched it as well, the goalkeeper.
Oh. Rocket.
Now Canhota. They're on the edge of the box. Lincoln. It's got Canhota to the right. Here is Canhota. Takes it onto his left foot. The back heel to Lincoln. Off the post.
Wow. Both sides then, some woodwork. Whoa.
It's always fun to see these Brazilians in 3-on-3s, the way they move, the way they find the openings. just that futsal style of football. Futsal, obviously, is such a wonderful sport to watch as well because of how technically gifted and intelligent the players are. Duco, that one saved by Costil. Well, he's got the chance to shoot it. He launches a long ball and he gives up the chase. It will be a goal for F2R. William Harhus.
Listen to the noise at the Cupra Arena. They are jumping up and down, the joie de vivre from the French. And that's the Kings League as well. You take risks, no keeper, leave yourselves exposed.
And also they had the last man, Duco, who isn't the quickest player they had on the pitch. Harhus was always going to win that sprint. Can Dendele now strike back? Duco, I think he was onside. Cagnotto goes alone! He somehow finds the bottom corner. A wonderful strike from Cagnotto. The Toro Locos going crazy, rolling onto the pitch. 4-2 again, Dendele. You just can't keep a Brazilian side quiet in a reduced format of the game, be it 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, it doesn't matter. They always find a way to score a goal.
What a goal as well. You know, Robin Hood's got competition because he arrowed it into the bottom corner there. Couldn't have picked out his spot any better. Oh, hang on. Oh, wow, this would be so hard.
I did say initially that I thought maybe he was onside, but it wasn't Duco.
Oh, you know, that is harsh in terms of the quality of the strike. Look at the other end.
Oh, is that a penalty?
Is that
penalty? No, says the referee.
It's got to be checked. It's got to be checked. It could be a penalty.
Oh, now!
Oh, it's all happening.
I thought it was in. I thought he'd pressed him into a mistake.
I still think it's a penalty, Bruno. This contact.
Let's see the left foot.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know.
You're right.
I don't know if he clips his ankle or not. Oh, that was a tense moment for Tato. Look at him.
Wait.
Again, getting in the face of a fan. These Brazilian players have been a little bit bitey.
Yeah. Well, it is a bull, of course, so they want to. Now going to be getting a little bit angry, especially when they see, in this case, blue. Again, no keeper again.
Cagnotto. Oh, it's going to fall to Duco. Now the shot, and Dendele score again. Well, they might have chalked one off for offside, but they said, don't worry, we'll have another attack and we'll score.
No keeper, no problem. They're happy to take the risk. And when it works like that, it is fabulous to see. And they deserve to be ahead because fortune favours the bold.
No. 2 seconds and stop the time. I'm sure.
Hey. Para lá, galera. Ei, todo mundo aqui. Vamos lá, galera. Ei, baixa. Ei. A gente só precisa aumentar ali na partida. É o mental. Romário foi cobrar, não aceitou. Ali na hora de cobrar, vai dar pelo cara. Tá bom, mas não cobra. Hoje é dia de correr um pelo outro sem cobrar. A gente cobra no vestiário. O Duco e o Nico cobraram excessivo. Não tem porquê. Acabou. O Duco... Ei, não é questão de dar errado ou dar certo. Eu não quero saber agora. Eu não sou juiz agora. Acabou? Vamos lá, acabou. Calma. Na partida...
Well, there was Wellington de Oliveira, coach for Dendele, talking to his players. They would love it if this Kings League was 3v3 the entire 40 minutes. It is 40, right? 20 and 20, yeah, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
They would love it. They would be very difficult to beat any of the Brazilians.
Yeah. Also that roll of the dice as well, and they've been saying 1v1 with the keep, obviously, and it may be a little bit different, so they prefer something like I said with a 3v3 when they can, obviously, have that roll on, roll off with the keeper. And course, they took a risk. In fact, they made pay the price on one occasion, but they soon hit back. They never gave up. They kept sticking to their guns and to their tactic. They paid off, so well done to them. But FTZ, they're still very much in this. And listen to the jeers and whistles as the Brazilian keeper comes across towards us, but he's behind him. He's got the French fans.
They're taking a very long time in coming out, the rest of the Brazilian players. So they're making F2R wait. They are masters also of those sort of darker arts, are the Brazilians. But of course there will be that presidential penalty set from Amin before the second half does get underway.
Treacherous joy. Now, as you said, they've called their presidential penalty, which is a big moment as we wait here. Here he is, alongside the ball.
So is it going to be the ball taking the penalty?
I would like to see that.
With the mask on and everything.
But I don't think they were also seeing the footwear. Now, this is pressure as well, right in front of the Dendele supporters. Got still as well, it can't be easy for him to have those Brazilian fans, the noise they're making, but then again, playing the highest level, so he's used to this kind of moment.
And it's Luqueta, who scored 6 of his 8 penalties in Brazil. And he scored another 5-2. And you can see the celebrations from the other president, Paulinho. Didn't come here, he's just afraid of flying.
Oh, wow, World style.
World style, yes.
Wow. Wow. Look at that, the flag is out as well. Bit early though to really start celebrating.
Look again in the face of a French player.
Yeah, again, we did say about them being almost borderline, they're very much on their game. And look at that.
This is something they did in Mexico as well last year, the Brazilians. They rubbed up a lot of people the wrong way because when they won, they weren't too gracious. They were sort of in their face. Gaul is the president, I remember. Of Kevin Oliveira's side was also
zero. Okay, number 0.
Not very gracious in his ways and his mannerisms, and we've seen it today. There've been more than one player getting in the face of the French. So, star player for F2R. I'm not the biggest fan of those things.
No, listen, we always say we want a bit of entertainment, a bit of a show. There's nothing wrong with that, but there is a limit, isn't there? And they're not pleasant scenes to see, and there really isn't a place for taking it that step too far. You need to know how far to take it. It's been taken a little bit too far on that occasion, but maybe that they need to be like that to be on top of their game and on it, and they are on it right now because they're leading.
So Aris has been given the armband as the star player. Here he is on the ball. Here he is on the ball. Oh, that was a last-ditch challenge from Romarinho. Harris cleared comfortably towards Imbula. There he is, the Stoke City player, former.
The Potters.
Another former Lecce player. We've been talking a lot about Lecce these last few days.
They seem to just keep cropping up, don't they? Somehow, the club from South Italy in the region of Puglia, but from the part known as Salento. Really down. So if you've ever been to Lecce, it's known as the Florence of the South. Its architecture is very reminiscent of the kind of architecture you'll find in Florence. It's lovely culinary delights as well, I must admit. Pucce.
You've been?
Yes,
nice.
on many occasions that part of the world. The pucces are one of my favourites as well, delicacies.
Again, it's the header from Dendele. It's Guy looked to volley that from the edge of the box. That is Guilherme Carvalho who scored that goal late towards the end of the first half.
My favourite place is the Via del Mare, which is where Lecce play, of course. That's where you can often find me if I ever am in that part of the world.
Have you been to the ground as well, yeah?
Not actually to watch a game, but I have visited it, and it's...
Harris has caught that. Looks like a handball.
Wow.
That looks a little bit dodgy.
Yeah.
But there weren't many complaints, I will say, from any of the French players.
Wow, 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 wow. We'll wait and see.
Badji, Harhus. Here is Harhus again. Oh, sloppy back pass. But the shot is wide from Romarinho.
Just wonder after that presidential penalty. Just taken Dendele just out of reach. Left where they've got that because that star player played their star player card.
Good challenge, kept in play. Now to Harris! Goal for F2R! It's Harhus again, and he makes it 5-3.
Harhus hammering it home then. And they're to within just 2 goals now. Shows you how much I know, saying potentially Dendele out of reach, out of sight, but F2R once again. But can they now kick on? Because every time they got a goal back, Dendele almost immediately getting the goal out. There could be question marks of offside in this goal, which is why
how
we're...
many goals have we seen
which is why we're
this
waiting,
week?
Bruno. And
no,
it's been confirmed. It's been confirmed. Been confirmed. It has been confirmed that the goal stands. Yeah, remember it's 8-2 yesterday. I think at 3.
3, yeah, it was. It was.
Out. And we'll see whether the Brazilians can now immediately hit back.
Oh, look at that! The referee has picked up on Lincoln's little actions in this game, and he said to him, "You know us, none more, no more from you."
Basta, no more.
So that back heel is intercepted by Badji. Duco. The shot is on, it is blocked by Badji. So Carvalho comes across to take the throw. Ooh, peppers that one into the near post. It was down low looking for Duco. They made good use of those throw-ins looking for Duco. Still towards Harhus. Harris. See, they were waiting for him there on his left foot, Harris. Romarinho anticipating where he was going to go.
Yeah, being their star man. Will be marked tightly, an extra eye on him.
Now Guilherme Carvalho. The 1-2. Have to get past Badji. Oh, not the best pass from Badji. Lincoln. Duco. Stops and turns. Sprays it out to the left-hand side. Oh, who's trying to help out in defence? It's Badji. Still Badji. You can hear him screaming from here.
Only a foul. Doesn't look like there's going to be a card. It was a...
To call off the referee also to...
Oh, there might be a card. There is a card.
Oh, and there's a yellow in the end. I think it was for Romarinho.
Bájame la mano, baja la mano. Cálmate.
Secret card's been played.
Habla conmigo.
By Dembélé, knowing that, or sensing that maybe the tide is starting to turn in favour of the French.
Venga, va. Dime.
The referee just telling
Ya está, vete para ahí, va.
calm down. I can kind of see the case.
Okay,
No,
now it's yellow
it is a
card,
foul.
we are
The
checking.
thing is, Badji knocked it out of play. There was no way he was going, but the Brazilian player did make contact with Badji. He was just a little bit late to the party. The yellow maybe is harsh. If it has been confirmed, well, we saw the yellow, didn't we?
We saw the referee brandish the yellow.
Okay, Héctor.
Let's see how many players I can see on the pitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
Vamos a ayudarnos, okay?
I'm surprised you can still see the pitch with the number of Golazo fans in front of us.
So here comes the free kick from Harhus. Imagine the reaction to here. If Harhus is to score from here. It's a very, very tight angle for him. We're still talking in the referees here. Thanks for coming across to ask just what they are reviewing. I'm not too sure either what they could be reviewing. I don't think there could be any further punishment than the yellow card. Well, there we go. Finally, the referee blows his whistle. Oh, who's with the shot? He was looking to stun Thales Vicente.
They're not all that yellow card. It wasn't just a little bit of doubt, and this is very smart. This is very, very smart, playing that immediately, basically going to even out the numbers right away.
Evens out the numbers and means they will be a man up for 2 minutes after Romarinho's back on. And look, they've taken Adis out as well, who is the star player, so
yeah,
all around a very good move from Wellington de Oliveira. That's a nice move. Badji. A powerful run from Badji. Who's guessed there? Because Thales thought about coming and didn't in the end. Now there's a counter on. Gabriel. There's the chant. It's in for Dembélé. It's the number 29, Héctor Godoy, who scored early on in the game. He scores his second. The Brazilians are now, again, got a healthy lead at 6-3.
We're saying, weren't we, Bruni, every time that FDZ get a goal back and seem to be back in the game, Dembélé then go and restore that cushion, go ahead again, go a little bit further out of sight, and it comes immediately after playing that secret card as well, and that's also embodies and also is really summing up exactly what the Kings League is about. It's another example of what this game is all about for maybe someone who's relatively new to this game, to this competition, and the importance of knowing when to play that secret card just at the right time, and the strategy side. So you have to wait to see how the situation develops. They did that really well there, Dembélé, and they lead now 6-3 with almost 27 minutes on the clock.
Valerie came off the head of the Brazilian player, landed pretty near to where we are.
Yeah, it came actually a lot closer to Andreas, the German casters, and Tyler. Just chipped in there.
Valerie. Again, look at those celebrations from the Brazilian players in the face of the French. Really must be difficult keeping a cool head. Costil.
Yeah, it's not easy, as we said. It is going to just maybe taking it a little bit too far. We spoke against Leitner, didn't we? The German of Era Cologne. At times he was protesting and would go one step too far and was a little bit too much.
Shoots that one high and wide.
Here, you know, whenever we've spotted some which we don't feel really is in keeping with what the Kings thinks, but we're right to mention it and speak out about it, and it's a little bit too much. But then on the other side, they'll say they're here to win the competition, and every little step.
It's the way they're used to playing as well. It's very vocal, isn't it, in Brazil? Sort of trying to nutmeg, trying to humiliate the teammate and get one over them. And
yeah, the psychological
it's just
side,
the way they play. It's the way they play on the streets.
It's the way I tells them. It's the way they plays it.
Tuco.
50 seconds left, and Harris will join the party again.
Lincoln.
The French side hasn't actually been defeated yet in the competition.
Across, doesn't find Tuco this time.
Of all the French sides, you would have initially gone into thought, well, if Désert would be maybe that side to go unbeaten in the first two, but as things stand, they're heading for a loss of the competition, but still, anything can happen. Still,
Lincoln, this could be a goal. It's a good save from Costil.
Still there.
And the follow-up, again, saved by Costil. Look at that pass from him for Harus. Wow. That's a goalkeeper that's played or gone to Euro 2016. Yeah. That's the quality there.
Exactly, lots of experience in Ligue 1, also a very brief spell in Italy. Salernitana.
Now, where's he been? Rennes, Bordeaux, Salernitana. Harus. Lincoln tripping up on the ball. It will fall to Tallis. Harus was battling for it right until the end.
Yeah, you know, like I said, though, Bruno, they're still in it, especially should Harris score, make it 6-5. We've seen it time and time again that you think it's all over, it's heading in one direction, and just a goal, a moment of magic can change everything.
Oh, there are people coming on the pitch now.
Stop it, okay?
Guys, medical staff.
Escúchame.
Look at that, the ball drinking water through his mask.
Okay, listen me.
I suppose there is a human being underneath
relax. More relax. Okay, okay. The next is yellow card for him. Okay, guy? Thank you. Thank you.
Dallas back up on his feet and putting his gloves on.
He's got a bit of that sort of playing surface on the top of his head.
That's the stuff that gets stuck in your pants and in your socks.
Socks, shoes. And find yourself weeks afterwards still find them all over the house, all over the hotel room in our case. For at least a good week or so, we will be here. I'm very lucky and very happy and privileged to be here, don't get us wrong, in the French capital. Our hotel near the Gare du Nord, Gare de l'Est, which is a fantastic location for us if we want to see things, do a bit of sightseeing in the mornings, which is what we've been doing. Just a stone's throw away, also just a couple of stops on the metro to head to Parc des Expositions. Oh, another yellow.
There was an elbow there, I think.
Oh,
is it Fofana that's...
It's very clear.
It is Fofana.
No, it's very clear.
It's going to see the
yellow. Oh, wow. Do you think they might have another look at this and upgrade it?
Do you think so? I don't think there was too much movement from Fofana. I think he was clumsy in the fact that he went with his arms out wide, but there wasn't that sort of violent movement of the elbow.
Yeah.
I know I'm explaining it to you with movements, and people, people at home can't see those movements.
No, more than anything, I was worried I was going to get an elbow myself.
I can see you sort of straying away.
We call that the wheelchair here to the commentary gantry. Get me a bit of treatment.
Shot from distance, that's a comfortable one for Costil.
Oh, it's only taken him 6 days to give old Tom an elbow. I thought he would have lasted a lot less. So we're joking, of course. Good report, Shearer and Sutton here.
Elbowing a colleague. I don't agree with that in the workplace.
No, absolutely. There's no place for it. No place for it.
Tendele, 6-3 up. Out wide. That will be Costil's ball. It's difficult as Addis is back on the field of play, of course. The star player for F2R. This is Yassine Mbula. Yassine over the top, looking for Arhus, and cross comes Guillermo Carvalho. Oh, and this will be a chance for Tuco. Although he waited for it, and that wasn't the best finish from him.
Just that kind of first touch, that right boot, trying to sort of snatch at it.
So a chance to shoot from the edge of the box, and it flashes wide from Hector Godoy.
Good news for F2R. They will be back with 7 players as we go into these final minutes, closing stages of Matchday 6 of the Kings World Cup Clubs. Day 3 of round 2.
He's back on, so 7 against 7. In that regard, it's been a difficult second half for F2R. There have been big chunks of this half where they've had 6 players on the field of play. Of course, that comes with risk, but it also comes with fatigue of having to play with 1 player less for such a long time. Things haven't really fallen their way in terms of cards and decisions, and well, decisions. It's a player making a mistake, I suppose, that makes the elbow and gets the yellow card, but it's been a not the best second half in that regard for F2R.
Ooh, let off the hook there, though. They've been let off the hook.
There's a slip as he struck the ball. There's no number 10 in this Tendele side, which is interesting. Brazilians love the number 10.
Zico.
Pele, of course, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The ultimate number 10 for Brazilians in that all-time debate. Pele or Maradona?
My dad always said Pele, but I think I'm more Maradona.
Yeah, I would say Maradona just ahead of Pele. For me, even I would put Maradona above Messi. I know that's very controversial to say today, but I would still even just put Maradona just a smidgen ahead of Messi.
I think there's a lot of mystique surrounding Maradona as well. For me, I think I'll have to go for Messi. Really? Just also because, you know, we've seen him week in, week out for so many years.
True.
Maradona was always every single week at that standard that Messi was. But
that's a good point.
But I can't answer the question because I didn't really see Maradona play. So.
Yeah, I just feel Maradona single-handedly really inspiring that Argentina team and the Napoli side as well, whereas Messi had the likes of those kind of players behind the Iniestas and the Xavis, but still had to finish her off. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's only because of that he was so good. Still is so good, still performing, but I just don't know. There's lots of different factors that make me lean towards Diego Maradona, and that's difficult to say as an Englishman as well. With the pain he hurt, the cause, that goal, but then that brilliant one has won the same game, so it's a trick. But I would say I would still put Maradona there. The late great Diego Armando Maradona. Maybe that's just my Serie A influence as well with Napoli as well, to be fair.
It could be me with La Liga.
Yeah, so...
Although, of course, we did have Maradona at Barcelona. But
it wasn't really... Never saw the best of him. That ankle injury didn't he?
Oh, Addis, I think it may be offside from Fofana. It's hit the post anyways. I feel like it was just a whisker, as we like to say this week, offside Fofana.
Mustachio away. Pelo away.
Capello offside. Capello. Oh, he's gone down inside the box. Again, everybody's screaming. It was Adis, and remember, if they get a penalty, they've still got that star player. Adis would step up to take it, and it would be a double goal for F2R.
Wow. And then we go into his final 2 minutes.
Okay.
Now, I want to see another replay because that...
Now, the referee's not buying it.
I want to see another replay. That angle wasn't quite enough for me to be able to have any clear opinion.
We are checking.
They're checking.
Possible penalty.
Oh, let's see, they are going to check it. Let's see if we get a couple of replays to...
But we are checking, okay?
We need to go back. We need to go back.
Harris. Okay. Okay. Yes?
Doesn't quite make the challenge, does he? He doesn't stick his right leg out.
But he does lean into it with the arm.
Bit of arm, listen, bit of leg, but... It's a tough one. Let's see this angle, for example.
Is it more the player looking for it, though? That's what they've got to check as well.
The referee had
We are checking possible penalty,
brilliant view of it.
Possible penalty.
I'm not sure I'd give a penalty there, but it's one of those where I wouldn't be shocked with either decision.
If it's given, you understand. If it's not given, you can see why.
I feel like it's maybe not enough to be a penalty.
The loser of this game will play La Capitale. They await in the last chance.
That is going to be a good game. That is going to be a very good game.
Ok. Ahí sí, yo he visto eso en el campo, pero si lo puede corregir. Ok.
Still
okay, thank you.
Checking. Oh, he's going to come over and have a look at it. And everybody's making noise to see if they can encourage him to award a penalty.
Okay. Stop. Perfect. Stop in the contact,
a little bit of contact.
That's not enough.
But is there enough?
Okay, perfect.
Does he make more of what it actually is? All eyes now on the referee. Got a big call to make here.
Perfect. Okay, it's very clear. For me, it's penalty.
Oh, he's going to give it. He's going to give it. Let's see. Jurgen's saying to me that it's clear penalty, and he can't believe that I was saying it's not a penalty.
Well, listen, you play to a higher standard than Jurgen. And, you know, I'll say a lot of time for Jurgen, absolutely. But he hasn't played to the level you played.
He's probably played to a higher standard of FIFA than I have. Right?
Yes, but not out on that pitch, week in, week out, all the way from schoolboys up until academy level. So I'm with you, Bruno.
Did you feel it was a penalty?
No, listen, I'm one of those, if it was given, it can be given, but I didn't feel it was stonewall, clear cut.
Yeah.
But they've got a lifeline, they've got a chance.
And remember, it's the double goal for Adis.
Oh, here we go.
Just about. That little paradinha at the end, I thought maybe was going to give it away, and it just was out of reach for Tales Vicente. So
now the armband will go off. If it stays like this, goals worth double final 2 minutes. If there's actually one goal to win it, if they continue to protest, it's pointless. We say this, it's pointless protesting, it's pointless. The decision has been made. Play on.
Oh, there you go, yellow card.
Yeah.
Look, some of his teammates are sort of frustrated with Tuchel. I see them turning around going, what are you doing? Yeah. Oh, look at this, look at this, look at this. President's coming on. He's sprinting onto the field of play.
Is that middle finger as well? It's a middle finger, Bruno.
No play.
Oh, wow.
No, Bruno, listen. We said earlier that their antics were unpleasant. We're stepping well beyond the limit. That limit of entertainment, banter, having a bit of fun. But there's no place for this. And you've got to respect the decision of the referees.
Para mí
protesting
no,
and
pero
the
voy a
dissent
checking.
is
Yeah, don't
unacceptable.
worry. Okay, don't worry.
Look at him there.
Todo okay, chicos?
Sprinted on towards the referee.
Nice.
I see Benoit Costil, who's probably thinking, what have I got myself into? I was playing the Euros not that long ago. Now I've got some bloke in a black T-shirt sprinting onto the pitch, screaming at the referee.
Yeah.
But,
they appeared to be middle finger as well, which again,
look, we clocked it early on with Lincoln.
Yeah.
Having that sort of spicy, well, I was going to say exchange, but it was really unilateral. It was only coming from him. But
yeah.
Spotted early on that some of the behaviour from this Dendele side wasn't ideal.
Listen, there has to be some kind of punishment as well for
the referee was
president.
tired of it as well. He was
For the president coming on like, you can't come on like that.
There will probably be some kind of sanction there.
That's what I'm saying. And this will play into the hands of the French.
Oh, intercepted. There's a chance there. There was so much optimism inside the arena. You could really feel the energy now. He's not stamped because they won the ball back. Addis! Oh, save by Talis.
Look at the celebration from the keeper.
They need to get it going quickly. Into the box. The overhead kick. It falls into the hands of Talis, who sent it.
And he's in no rush here.
Oh, he's going to take his time. They're going to make it to the 38th minute.
Yeah, and they continue to lead, but only just.
Lincoln.
Wow. Let's just take a pause and a deep breath.
Well, I don't think he's blown his whistle yet. He's given the foul. Now he does blow the final whistle. So what a final 2 minutes are in store here at the Cupra Arena, which Dendele, for one of those minutes, will be down to 6 men. That's where F2R need to make the most of it and score that double value goal.
Pero escúchame, si no os calmáis va a ser peor para todos, ¿ok? Necesito que me ayudes. Se ha revisado. Confía en mí, se ha revisado, ¿ok? Lo que necesito es que os calméis, ¿vale? Porque el partido está siendo un partidazo, lo vamos a estropear.
So there it is, goal X2, of course, as always, in the last 2 minutes. Oh, now looking here, this will be a heated exchange.
Hey, et je vous ai dit quoi avant le match? On garde un bon état d'esprit.
Just as we were hearing Sam here, although I wasn't really understanding what he was saying, but still, it was interesting to see.
Because of the figure that he is, the creator, but also the odd word we would have been able to pick up on. I'm certain of, with your Spanish and my...
Very optimistic, but maybe something. Might trickle off from school.
Yeah, my bit is just to read the body language, baby.
So, with 6 men, come forward, Dendele.
Just a quick one, you know, Linkasten of G2, the Dexter Holland, he's actually in with the Dendele supporters right now.
Oh, is he? Oh, the shot is wide, is he?
Yes. And you know,
what a character.
What a character. We nicknamed him Dexter because he does a striking resemblance to the front man of Offspring, and those colourful haircuts, the sort of bleached blonde hair. He's amongst them, and yeah, well, good for him for being part of the party.
Yeah, he's knocked out, but he's making the most of his time here in Paris.
He maybe booked 2 weeks, not realised that he could have gone home after just 2 games with his team G2. Anyway, just throw that in there. Let's get back to business because it's tense.
Lincoln. Now Yassine. We're looking for Harhus at the far post. Imbula.
Oh, get this and they win it. Get the goal and they win it.
Looked at, he's on the left. Oh, now that was a whisker away.
Now that was properly a whisker. Sometimes we use it. Oh, whisker.
That was
so
a real
close.
whisker.
Just wide. Now that was mightily close.
Look at this. Dendele can't keep a hold of the ball, and they're back to 7. So they've got through the worst of this of these last 2 minutes. Imbula comes forward. Can he keep a hold of the ball? Oh, he's tripped up. Now the shot is blocked. Harhus, it won't fall for him. Waiting to ride the challenge of Harhus, who does well. Has he on his side a throw-in? Yes, he has. Oh, the referee.
Yeah, just calling for a bit of calm, and this all will be added on at the end. And
they're giving him a tough time, aren't they, the referee, the Brazilians?
Yeah, listen, it's going to be very tasty at the full-time whistle, whatever the outcome.
Here comes all the header from Harhus.
Whatever the outcome, it's going to be very tasty. It could be
Valerie,
heated.
oh, brilliant cross from Valerie. No one finds the finishing touch. Boots it away to Koch still. 3 minutes of added time. We've still got more excitement. Which way is it going to fall? If Duarte doing everything. I don't want to say they're throwing the kitchen sink, but
no,
let's fall into those cliches.
Get the cliches out, my brother.
Oh, that was a nasty challenge. Did he get the ball or did he get the calf and heel of the French player?
Here's another replay just to put the Jeremy Menez there. The Roma man. Milan as well. Just also preaching on. There's still time left on the clock.
Fofana. Lincoln looking to turn. Cleared. It's just about clinging on here for Dendele. That's all they're trying to do. The throw towards Harhus is headed away. Imbula with the volley. And Fofana cannot get on the end of it. 2 balls on the pitch, which I'm sure Dendele will be happy to milk. Yeah, there you go. Obviously not knocked out of play by Lincoln. He knows what he's doing.
Just, as you said, they're just hanging on here. Just fighting tooth and nail to preserve this very narrow lead. They need a goal to be certain and to be feeling safe.
That pass from Costil again. Harhus with the flick on, aiming towards Fofana. Fofana brings it down. Oh, that's a good cross. Harhus. I thought the shot was on initially. He lost the moment.
Had options though. Oh. Momentum gone.
He lost the chance after that brilliant ball from Fofana.
Almost approaching that final minute, Bruno. Now or never.
Bru.
Maintenant, jamais.
There'll be a throw for Dendele. That gives them some time to breathe.
Yeah, and again, they're in no real rush. There's a player down as well.
Pinned back by F. Duarte. Time management here, although the clock stops, so it doesn't really gain you too much.
No, it may just takes the sting out of play, or
slows it down,
slows their momentum down. Perhaps just that. That's what they're doing. Clock is up and running again.
Tuchel looks to come away with it. The volley, oh, that wasn't far off from Tuchel.
Wasn't far off. It's worth a go, really.
40 seconds left.
Never too many other options.
Well, this could be one of the moments of the Kings World Cup so far. If F. Duarte were to score here.
Oh, yeah. It'll be game over. It'll be game over.
Imbula.
They got a corner though. 20 seconds. 20 seconds to go. 20 seconds. Cut the tension with a knife.
Go on. Let him take the corner. Imbula. Ah, it's too long. Brought down by Bru. Bru's cross headed away by Lincoln.
3 minutes are up.
It'll be this is it. It's the last attack. Need to get it in. Need to put it in. Oh, there's not going to be enough time for F. Duarte. And the crazy ball that Dorologos celebrates as Dendele have done just about enough to win this game. Now they come and celebrate for this end where the French fans are. So Dendele 2 wins out of 2.
Bit of gamesmanship. It was clear to see. We don't need to continue harking on about it. It was evident for all those that watched this game, and a few rather unpleasant moments. But they take the win. They were hanging on at the end. The French side making a real grandstand finale. And as we said, we sensed there was going to be some tension post-match, and there is tension post-match. We hope that it can just piece
up throughout the whole game.
Yeah,
and you can restore right away players because it's not been nice for them. And to be fair to them, Yassine, for example, he was on the receiving end of a lot of some anti-league
challenges.
Lincoln, and he didn't react to any of them. And now it's the frustration of losing as well.
Yeah.
Losing, you know, you're pretty hot after a game finishes, you're heated, and it's difficult to accept. And I can understand that some of those players have sort of struggled to keep their cool come the end of the game.
Listen, it will be interesting though to hear from the MVP post-match what he has to say about everything in terms of the drama, the hanging on at the end, the really strong start as well, and also the never say die spirit of the French that made a good go at right until the very end confirmation. Lucas Hector, and we'll hear from him very shortly soon. We'll also see what this means in terms of the bracket in our Swiss system. Bruno, the F2Z become the first French side to taste defeat at the Kings World Cup clubs. And we'll now shortly see also what goes on. We were saying they will be facing on La Capitale, won't they? F2L, they'll be facing La Capitale, so that's going to be
that's
a really
mouth-watering clash, a very different one, and a big team will be heading home there. A good team will be heading home out of F2R and La Capitale. Two very good sides.
There, the Brazilian president didn't shower himself in glory earlier, but now enjoying this moment. His players getting the job done, and the Brazilian flag being waved aloft there, hoisted aloft, and with real pride. And there's a bit of party now. Now the tension is starting to ease away and wash away. They can now really enjoy this moment.
Here are incredible. I watched you playing. You seem so confident about your moves. Do you feel the leader of your team?
Cara, boa noite para todo mundo que tá assistindo do Brasil, de todo mundo na verdade, né? E cara, como a gente veio pra cá foi com o sentimento de quero mais, que a gente acabou sendo vice no Brasil. E veio pra cá com a sede de querer chegar também, de chegar de novo e dessa vez ser diferente, a gente sair com o título. E graças a Deus hoje a gente pôde ser feliz com a vitória.
Okay, here. You can sign your shirt. It's time to sign. Here, look, there is actually a space where you can... Exactly. Guys, it's so fun because they are so confident and strong in the pitch, and then when they talk, they're a little bit shy and emotional, and that's so cute and believable. Thank you so much for the show that you gave to us. It was actually an incredible match. Thank you. You're done. You're free. Go on. Guys, you can purchase this fantastic jersey on Bazaar. See you there in live stream. So download the app and see you tomorrow.